The notes.
Right on the note. All right, let's come to order. We need roll call, please.
Kim McConnell,
Here.
Sharon Kelly,
Here.
Tam Garvey,
Here.
Doug Rowdy,
Here.
Scott Gilbertson,
Here.
and Justin Wood. Absent. So we have 5 out of 6 today.
All right. Agenda.
Make a motion. We approve the agenda. I'll second that.
All right. Any changes, anything? We might, after the public hearings, the only change we might do is the discussion. Instead of the fee schedules, everybody here will move number 12 up to there, so everybody's aware of that. Maybe we'll move that up because everybody's here for that. Or most of the people.
12 where?
12 up to underneath the public hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
so 12 and go up to 10, I think. And then we'll go through our annual reports and stuff.
You want it ahead of the shoreland, though?
It'll be after the shoreline.
So so it goes above just above. No, just above
No.
10, just above the fee schedule.
It'll be just.
Okay, still wants to have discussion on the ordinance, on the shoreland things first.
Yeah, it'll just move it up there.
Okay.
All right, then with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Approval of our June 3rd minutes. Everybody's read them.
I'd make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Well, second.
Second from Doug. Any changes? Hearing none, then all in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right. So we're gonna have public comment, approximately 3 minutes per person. It's only till 9:30 approximately, because then we have public hearing. So after the public comment and everything, we're gonna ask the people that aren't here for the public hearing if they would go upstairs to watch the rest, so the public hearing people can come in and be seated, if that's all right. So state your name, where you're from, for public comment. Way we go.
Hi, Patrick McElhone.
Would you come up, please, to the podium so everybody can hear you?
My name is Patrick McElhone. I live in Centuria, Eureka Township. Here regarding the data center. AI data centers will erode our Fourth Amendment. They are not data centers, but mass surveillance centers. We will lose our privacy if the data center will capture Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, license plate info, plus photos of vehicles with cameras and link it all together. I know what you will say. Your phone in your car already tracked you. Well, I can do something about that. I can't do anything about a surveillance center. Now, couple surveillance with digital ID and central bank digital currency, all that can be used to limit what you buy, gas, how far you drive, food, what you say on social media, what vaccines you're required to take, etc. Then the First Amendment will be an issue because you can't disagree or they will stop your money. Remember what Canada did to the truckers when they protested in Ottawa regarding a mandate to get a vax to cross the border into the United States? They stopped their credit cards. The Second Amendment is in jeopardy because they control your speech and your money. Technology is great if it doesn't control you and take your freedom away. The last thought I leave you with is a quote from Samuel Adams. It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Jack Kleiss, town of Sterling in Polk County. And I consider myself a little bit of a subject matter expert on this. I spent years working as a technical architect for a Fortune 1000 And all the promises of economic prosperity from data centers have never come to fruition for any community. You get left holding the bill. It socializes the costs and it privatizes the profits. They move it right out of state. We'll have a little construction boom for a couple of years. 1 billion gallons of water is what a similar sized facility used in a small town, much like this in Iowa, for Google. 1 billion gallons, that's twice the use per year as all the residents of Polk County. Our aquifers cannot withstand that for long. Water security is one of the reasons that we moved here 20 years ago. I knew that this area was going to be safe with regards to fresh, clean water for a long, long time. And now it's under threat. Electricity demand. Most of you know this. Electricity is generated as it's used. We would have to generate twice as much power to support this data center, perhaps threefold if it's a hyperscale. The size of the plot, I'm not concerned about. Electromagnetics, I'm not concerned about. Noise is a concern. The destruction, the runoff, once that water is claimed from an aquifer, it can't be put back. Once it's claimed from a waterway, a lake, a pond, it's gone. Like it's out of circulation forever. It's going back to the atmosphere. Heaven help us where it lands, but it won't be here. And I'm just glad to see a moratorium on the agenda. I hope it turns into a permanent moratorium. I hope it passes, because otherwise our area is going to lose everything that makes it special. We'll lose wildlife, we'll lose tourism, we'll lose fresh, clean, potable water. We'll lose everything that makes Polk County, Polk County. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Holter, Lincoln Township. And I hope you vote yes for a moratorium. I think it's really important to understand who covers the adequate infrastructure. What is that amount? If the generators go bad, what tier level is allowed that is acceptable or not? Is it a tier 1, 2, 3, or 4? And there are so many questions we have on who cleans up the bacteria in the water if that happens. And so to take the time to do this properly is necessary. If it's a change in zoning, what does that look like? Do adjoining property owners get to understand what's happening around them, and are they notified, and for what distance? The noise that is created from data centers causes chronic stress, sleep, mood disorders. If it is not handled properly, the government could be liable to pay for property taxes. This is too important to go into it uninformed and uneducated about the true impact that it's going to have. And I don't believe our county can afford the financial loss, and the 18 to 24 months of job gain is not enough for what it will cost us to clean this up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to speak in support of a moratorium on data centers here in Polk County.
Your name, please. Your name?
My name is Perry Pauline. Last name is spelled P-A-L-I-N. My wife and I live on a hobby farm on 160th Avenue in St. Croix Falls, about 8 miles west of here. We've already heard a little bit this morning, and I think we're going to hear more about some of the impacts of the larger impacts of data centers. I've got a more narrow issue to talk about, but it shouldn't be a narrow issue, but it's one that I don't see very much of. Now, I'm not a big fan of AI, but I use it a little bit. On our hobby farm, we grow some of our own food. We grow vegetables, we grow fruit, berries, grapes, and we're backyard beekeepers. And we got into beekeeping because we wanted them for the pollination. We need bees. So I requested an AI overview of how data centers interact with honeybees. And AI tells me that they talk about some of the things you're going to hear from other people about habitat destruction, heat stress, water problems. The couple issues that I want to mention that were a surprise to me as a beekeeper was the noise and vibration pollution from servers. And this is a quote from the AI: the constant mechanical hum from servers and backyard and backup generators can generate significant low frequency noise. Because bees rely on delicate vibrational communication to share information about food sources, this noise interferes with their waggle dance and foraging efficiency. And then the other one, EMF exposure, high voltage transmission lines required to power data centers expose local honeybees to electromagnetic fields. Research shows that this causes physiological stress, negatively impacting the bees' navigation, learning, and local pollution rate or pollination rates. How many beekeepers are there in Polk County? I don't know. The AI suggests that there's about 900 beekeepers in Wisconsin. I know a bunch of them in Polk County. I'm a mentor for a few of them. We need bees. We need bees. If you go to the farmer's market and buy pumpkins and cucumbers and tomatoes from the farmers, it's the bees that helped put those products in the market. AI is our future, I suppose, and data centers are going to be there. But there's a lot of times when we have something new come up, there's unintended consequences from something new. This is some of the unintended consequences, and we need a moratorium so that we can sort out and how to address those unintended consequences. Data centers, as they're currently known, put beekeepers.
3 minutes.
I'm through.
Okay.
Thank you for the chance.
Yep, thank you.
Hello, I'm Danielle Lewis. I live in Milltown, Wisconsin, and I grew up in Polk County. I want to talk about both the proposed new shoreline ordinances and the data center. Polk County has always been a beacon for natural resources. Most of our neighbors, this is a low-income area, and getting out to the lakes is one of the few things that our friends and neighbors are able to enjoy. Also, tourist income is a lifeblood of this community. From what I was reading on the proposed changes to the shoreline zoning ordinances, sounds like we're wanting to treat every body of water the same, but every body of water isn't the same. It looks like there's so many red lines through different protections in the proposed shoreline ordinance change. And that really concerns me. I grew up on Antler Lake back when that lake was an environmental protection lake. When I was a child, my grandma took water samples from the lake, pretended like they were from a well, and the water came back safe to drink. We changed the shoreline zoning ordinance to try and make all lakes treated the same. Now Antler Lake has huge algae blooms every year. Invasive species are up. Then you see people mowing all the way down to the shore where we used to have a buffer zone. That buffer zone is critical for protecting our habitat. So seeing the proposed shoreline zoning change, eliminating some of the few protections that we have left is deeply concerning to me. In addition, I am strongly an advocate of a moratorium on data centers. Although I understand that data centers are going to come one way or the other, they're going to be surveilling us one way or the other. We cannot afford to bear the environmental costs of the data centers in Polk County right now. It is, like I was saying earlier, visiting our beautiful lakes and protecting our beautiful natural resources is why so many of us are here. Both the people that choose to make this community their home and the people that choose to visit and recreate and spend their money in this community. Protection of our natural resources has to be top priority. In addition, we've seen time and time again where data centers come in, the cost of living goes up. So many of our neighbors and communities, this is a lower income area. We cannot afford to be subsidizing the electric bill and the water bill of this day of data centers. Now, I'm not saying in the future we can't have it, but maybe in the future, the data centers will figure out a way to cause less environmental impact and we can reevaluate that. But right now, the environmental impacts of the data centers that are being built today is too much of a bill for us to pay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Travis Lewis, and I am from Milltown. And let's discuss externalities for a minute, shall we? One of the things I studied was economics business. And one of the things that they pushed on us a lot during my business studies, which surprised the heck out of me, was making sure you can put as much externalities as you possibly can off of your company and onto your freaking government. That is literally one of the things we were taught. And the top people up there, the people that want to put these data centers in here, first of all, what do we get? I'm gonna tell you what we get. Nothing. They've already told you all of the negatives that we're gonna get. So what about the positives? I can tell you who, billionaires. And whoever the daddy is that wants this stuff, that's who gets it. And when they get everything that they want, they leave us with the bag. And one of the biggest issues, if you ever been up to northern Minnesota, it is a mess in certain places up there because the mining companies came up and they had all these promises that they were going to be doing all these different things. And then they left pits everywhere. They left trees dead everywhere. There's areas there that still can't be grown on. Because why? Because the mining company decided what was more important? Profit. And this thing right here is going to be the exact same thing. They're going to bring that thing up in here. They're going to make their little profit. They're going to run and all of it's going to be destroyed. And then we have to deal with it. And here's one more question. We all know what a bubble is, right? We're looking at an AI bubble. Everybody who can sit and know anything about investments knows that all of this is crap. So when they put these big old centers up and then they suddenly decide they don't need them, which has already happened twice, by the way, what do? They done destroyed all of our stuff. They done built this big, huge, nasty thing that we now got to look at constantly.
Listen to.
And then, yeah, exactly. And then what? Oh, now, sorry, guys, we got to shut it down. We're going to move all of our stuff out. Enjoy your giant, disgusting building. So think very carefully before you allow these freaking people who don't care about us. They don't care about America. They don't care about the people here. What they care about is profit. And if they have to squeeze every life in here, like everything out of us, they will. Don't let them. Thank you for your time.
Esteemed council, I will try to keep this brief. As you can see, there's a lot of people who want to speak, and I don't think they're all going to get the opportunity. My name is Simone Sine-Pierce. I'm a resident of Osceola, Wisconsin, and I've come to you today as a fellow civil servant. The council that I work with and the city that I work with are currently dealing with a data center moratorium. We're currently discussing that, and after looking into it, I believe that you guys should also seriously consider this moratorium. There's no shame in taking time to learn and to admit that maybe we need to study this further before we make big decisions. The real shame is looking your community in the eye and knowing that you pushed a decision that you could have taken time to learn more about. Moratoriums, ordinances, these are living documents. There are things that end, there are things that change, there are things that can be revisited by councils even years in the future. A data center is not. A data center is put in place and it stays. No ordinance, no resolution, none of those things will undo the impact of this facility, will remove this facility. The decision made on that is permanent. A moratorium is not. Please, don't rush this.
Well, but
Good morning, John Tweet, Tree Lake Township, part of the watershed that would be impacted by the item 12. Yeah, so I come in support of the moratorium. I do believe, like many others have said, that there's a proper process for this, and it hasn't really been followed. Like we have laws in place that allow councils and board members to deal with and the departments of public works to properly assess the environmental impact that includes wildlife loss, noise, and I speak as a former engineer, and I used to do this sort of things for large companies from the private side. And it's a very painful process. It's a lot of money and no one wants to pay it. No company wants to pay it, but if those companies are told to sit down and pay those fees, then we can address the economic impact of the low income community, raising their power bills. That is part of the environmental process. And if a company doesn't have to do the environmental process, the bill is passed on immediately. And I would do it too. If I was a big company, why not? If the people don't care, but it sounds like people care. And also it's very confusing because these are large environmental impacts. The water heating alone, I'm not sure how they're there's certain data, but it's like you heat water, you have fish kill. And fishing is a huge tourism industry in this area, huge. Enormous. Like there are people building multi-million-dollar cabins just to fish here. So I don't know how many data centers will compete with the multi-million-dollar log cabins here, which also support all the workers. If there's no fishing, all that income is gone. So I don't know who the data center is going to surveil, because no one has jobs. And these are being made with loans, no proof of income. That's also very concerning as someone who has been in a large business, because as someone said, these things could fail and everyone else is stuck with just this, massive impact. So, yeah, so I encourage not just the moratorium, but just to, advocate, okay, you need to do environmental review. You need to do this because these AI, it's fake demand. They put these AI features, but it's an entirely brand new operating system. It's like someone saying, okay, you no longer use Windows, you've been forced to go to Linux. It's false generated demand. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paulette Adair. I'm from Luck. Many of the things I had on my prepared here have already been said, so I'll try to do a little bit of editing here. My friends and I that were unable to attend today respectfully ask you to adopt an immediate moratorium on the construction of data centers. We also ask that you begin the process of creating ordinances that would permanently prohibit data centers. This is a request to ensure the growth in our county reflects the values and priorities of our community. Polk County's greatest assets are its lakes, rivers, forests, and once these are compromised, they cannot be restored. The damage that data centers do is proven and documented. While they may create some temporary construction jobs, even this would likely to not have any benefit to our community at all. And they're very unlikely to provide relatively few permanent local jobs. The amount of land, infrastructure, and natural resources they consume, along with the pollution and desecration of our environment they create, is just not worth it. And the expense of the utilities and that will largely fall on the public. Local government has both responsibility and the authority to protect public health, natural resources, property values, and the local character that have for the residents that have worked so hard to preserve. Our comprehensive plan emphasizes responsible land use, environmental stewardship, and the protection and character of our communities. And this is written right into your purpose. as our county board and committee. This is an opportunity to put those principles into action. Cities across the nation are fighting to keep these data centers out of their communities. What I believe it's going to come down to is state legislation. Pay attention to who you vote to for this fall and in the future, because those are the people that are going to decide what happens in our community and in our county. So, yeah, I know this is a big deal and nobody wants it. So, show your support. Say, yeah, no data centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Burmeister, and I didn't actually intend to speak today. Just moving to Polk County and building a residence on 101st Avenue. It's Basswood Lake, little 25 acre lake. My wife is originally from Polk County. She grew up in Amory. We're currently living on the Apple River down in Star Prairie area. And so the watershed is a big deal to us too, because if our river dries up, we lose what we have also. You know, all of our lakes basically in Wisconsin, with the exception of a few that have a river flowing into them, are seepage lakes, which means they rely on healthy springs for most of their water. Rain, runoff, yes, but springs are very important. Where my property is, I can see 4 springs. They're running good. Silt is washed away, rocks are showing, fish are schooling around them. The lake's very warm right now because of the heat, but the fish are congregating on the springs. We all know what data centers do. They got the closed loop cooling systems now. They're getting more efficient, but they're still eating our water. They're still returning it hot. Shorelines, moratoriums on the data centers, I think important, but also the lady that spoke on shorelines, I think is extremely important. What people are saying here, why we're all here, is because of what we have here. We didn't move here because we wanted bigger jobs, we wanted better schools, we wanted better factory jobs. We moved here because we like the deer, we like the raccoons poking their heads out of the ditch as we go by. You know, I was at a Garfield town meeting last night, and they assured me that we don't have a problem because we have an ordinance in Garfield. So it's like, we can't have a data center. We all know variances happen. They don't want to spend the $5,000 to $10,000 that it would take to do a moratorium. That's the way they left it last night, and trying to educate us on all the good things that data centers do. That can, you know, with our health records and stuff like that. So left a little concern from that meeting. Here's my 1-minute statement. I don't see any benefits for a data center in our area that outweigh the problems it would create. Data centers are known for noise, light, air pollution. They consume a tremendous amount of water at this point, draining the aquifers that keep our lakes and rivers healthy. Most Wisconsin lakes are seepage lakes, relying heavily on natural springs. After reading what happened in Hammond with metered Northus data center, one can only wonder if the same technique of threatening and bullying is going to be tried here. Data centers are so wonderful. Why were the folks working with metered North threatening legal action against the folks in Hammond? Why couldn't they simply win them over with all the wonderful things that would happen when they opened their facility? Not to be concerned that property values may decrease. Pollution would increase, wildlife would leave, and utility costs could rise. I feel anytime a company has to use a stick versus rewards to get what they want, we should all be concerned.
All right, thank you. We have public hearings coming now. Sorry. We ran out of public comment time, but if we do have all the public comments that people sent us, so that was great.
Are we separate?
So if you're here for the first public hearing, yes, yeah. The first public hearing will be the Peterson one. If you're here for that, you would,
Chair, are you opening that public hearing then?
well, we'll give it a second here, people to move and stuff. If not, okay. All right, then.
Okay.
Go ahead, we'll start. Open up our first public hearing. Do that.
All right, well, Claire's getting that pulled up. I'll read in the public hearing. The first one, Gary and Mary Peterson request a conditional use permit to create a resort / recreational camp at 1757 270th Avenue, County Road B, located in section 18, town 36 north, range 17 west, town of Luck, parcel number 036-00412-0000, 38.6 acres. Turn the aerial on, please. So as stated, this request is to operate a resort or an agritourism type resort along with a farm-based food stand that would have products from the property, but also from other local farmers and producers. There's in their application, there's 3 different reasons for it. One of them being a tourist rooming house that they would like to rent year round rather than be limited to the 180 days. So I think that kind of started the process of going towards a resort because we don't really have anything in our ordinance to allow for more days than what the tourist rooming house allows for. So that's the reason they're here. As you'll see, the property requested is 38.6 acres. There's currently a barn on the property, and the newer structure that was permitted in 2021, I think it was built in 2022. It is a 4-bedroom dwelling that they use to rent out as a tourist rooming house that has been rented since 2022 when it was built. A conditional use permit is required in the recreational, business, and commercial zoning district to operate a resort. As stated in the hearing, if we scroll down just a little bit, or the County Road B runs here, the driveway access, there is a current parking area in that location. Part of the application was the food stand. In the map that was supplied in the application, that would be proposed in this location near that parking area. As far as neighboring residents, there are no dwellings within 800 feet of the nearest property. There's also the property owners that own the 40 acres here requesting for the resort conditional use permit. They own the 40 on the east side and the 52 acres on the west side. So there is 2 property owners that have land running along that parcel with the county road splitting the one off from the parcel. There's one wetland on the property in the southeast corner that you can see map here. So this location is all a mapped wetland. Otherwise, there's no other navigable water or wetlands on the property. Per the application, the property has been in the family since the 1800s. And then I wanted to include some highlights from their application in addition to that. So their purpose, they have stated in the application, is to support agricultural viability and diversification, promote low impact rural tourism, preserve the rural and natural character of the area, provide supplemental income to sustain the property as a working rural homestead. Some of the uses that they explain that they would be looking to do out there underneath the agritourism would be a seasonal you-pick produce operation, garden and agricultural experiences for people, and education and passive recreational activities. As far as the farm food stand, fruit and vegetable stand, they would be proposing limited hours, seasonal operation, no large scale retail activity. It would be designed to serve visitors and the local community. And then as far as that dwelling that's currently there to be able to be rented out year round, or be considered a resort. They said that in conjunction with that, there would be agricultural experiences for those people renting. There'd be hiking and walking trails, wildlife observation and bird watching, snowmobiling, cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, regulated hunting opportunities, and a quiet short-term stay. As far as possible impacts that the applicant included, traffic, they stated there'd be no high volume commercial traffic because of this conditional use permit. As far as noise, they stated there'd be no outdoor amplified music, no events such as weddings or parties, and that quiet hours would be observed. They also stated in the application that there is no proposed structural expansion, and that the occupancy would stay limited to a typical residential capacity. The only other things I want to add as part of my report is the county did send out a class 2 notice and notified all neighbors within 300 feet of this conditional use request. And we did receive, or there was a resolution filed from the town of Luck on June 1st that stated the town approved the rezone back when that was applied for, with the knowledge that the applicant has agreed that at the conditional use permit meeting, the following uses will not be permitted: a sporting goods / archery range, a recreational sales and service, restaurants and taverns, bait shops, and miniature golf are all in the allowed and permitted uses in the recreational business and commercial zoning district. From the staff's perspective, I don't know if we're able to put a condition on a conditional use that doesn't allow an allowed use already in that district. So I just wanted to make that aware to the committee that that doesn't seem necessarily an option, but that's just from staff's perspective. Other than that, I think that's all I have for my.
So that would be exhibit one. That's the township one
Yeah.
would be exhibit one. So that if we have any other to come forward, okay.
I did take pictures out there, so if you guys would like to see them. You can see it pretty well from the aerial, but we could exhibit the photos if you'd like.
I think we should, as long as you've done it, let's have it, so it's in there.
All right, so this photo is of the residence that would be used as a rental, 4 bedrooms. Go to the next picture. Picture is looking towards their garden that they have. There's a large garden and orchard out there. This is the barn that was described as part of one of the structures on site. This is looking out towards their 4-bedroom mound that they have, and the orchard is, you can kind of see the apple trees in the background there. This is a little closer up of the orchard. This is looking back towards the barn with the garden and part of the orchard in view. Another picture of the dwelling. And then this is looking from close to the road back towards the north at the barn and the dwelling that's proposed to be used as the rental. And then if it's from that same point looking towards County Road B, so you can see what the road access looks like. And then one more of the front of the barn here. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. For now, We can ask if anybody wants to come up for or against, speak about it. Is the holder still here? Anything to add, or do you want to come up? But come up to the podium, please, for everyone. Thank you. Just state your name so we all know who you are.
My name's Greg Peterson. I'm part of the family owning this, and I guess I don't really have a lot to say. I think I came in kind of late because you guys started. We were out in the lobby, but with that map that was up there, we actually the parcels north end are also our parcels too. So there actually aren't any contiguous neighbors with this parcel. It's all other than across the highway. But other than that, if it's any questions, I'm happy.
Questions anybody have for him? All right. Good, thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the Peterson?
Ed Johansson, Town of Luck. So, yeah, with the Petersons, the concern at the town from the residents was those 5 items, like maybe I've stated maybe here. And at the, like Logan had pointed out, the permitted uses. The Petersons did agree that, yeah, we don't want to do that. So we would put that in writing that we agreed not to do those things. So upon the advice of maybe some here,
our lawyer,
that we did add that.
Okay.
Kind of getting the knowledge that that would be accepted and can be limited. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for or against? All right, not hearing anything. We'll close this public hearing for some discussion then. So we'll start with that one right away, Joe.
Yep.
So a condition, could we have any change of use that they have to come back to the town and county? They agreed to it, so I mean, can we put it in there?
So if they agree to the condition, I suppose you could put it on there. I would be hesitant to add such a condition because, as Logan pointed out, many of the uses are allowed uses based upon their zone. So they don't have to come and ask for anything.
They would have to come.
I would err on the side of not adding a condition that would add a restriction to their zoning ability for what the property is currently zoned as. It opens it up for challenge, is what I would say.
I don't think we're gonna have a challenge. But a change of use would have to come back anyway for a CUP, would it not?
A change of use, if it's an
any change of use than what they're applying for, they would have to come for a conditional use if they want a tavern there, they'd have to come back to here and go through that.
No, because it's a allowed and permitted use in that zoning district.
Allowed and permitted.
If it's another thing underneath the conditional use part, yes, they would need to come back for another conditional use. Or if they're looking to add more to the resort or, whatever, they would have to do another conditional use. But because those 5 things are up in the allowed uses, that's where they don't necessarily need they don't need a conditional use permit for those uses.
So the fact that it's a resort, that's why they need to have the conditional use.
And
if they volunteered it, can we put it in there?
So they have some arrangement with the town, and the town included that in their resolution for them approving the rezone.
Okay.
Or refusing to contest the rezone. Whatever the town's enforceability option is on that is the town's issue. Okay. We, as the county, have to apply our regulations based upon what our zoning district allows, doesn't allow, and it allows a certain set of uses. And the property owner apparently agreed with the town that they wouldn't use some of those uses. But if they decide to use their property in that manner, it's going to be
the town's issue that they're going to have to enforce. That's my,
Was it in your resolution? Okay,
it is in the resolution.
okay.
Anyway, Chair, can I just mention something? Because the county does enforce the zoning for the town of Luck. And I understand the legalities of it, but perhaps it would be prudent to add the condition in this conditional use permit, just noting that that was part of the town's understanding. I don't know legally later what that would look like, but perhaps it would at least give the town some relief that information is legally at least
That way,
noted.
yes. Go ahead. Come on back.
And also, wasn't there precedence for this already in Clam Falls town? With another,
I thought I'm not positive. I thought we
So-
put that in there.
That was the one that was, yes, up in Clam Falls, and he was adding doing multiple builds.
And he said if there was a change of use, he would come back for a condition.
Yes. So it was his condition he put on himself. So if this is a self-imposed condition, we should be able to put it in.
that's the way I understood it explained to me.
That's, yes.
The precedence of that Clam Falls similar.
What? That if they self-impose it, that we can put it in there.
I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm telling you that you would be opening yourself up to potential challenge. That's all.
All right. I think we're gonna put it in there. How about that? What does the rest of us think? I think the challenge is there then. They come after us.
I agree with you, Kim.
Don't
I
you think?
guess my
Volunteer.
my whole struggle with all this is that they are trying to follow the rules because they want a 365 VRBO.
Yeah.
And because even the farm stand, they could have done that under A5. The whole issue that they were trying to get to is to try to follow the rules, which many people don't want to follow the rules. And however we want to change the rules or not, but they're trying to follow the rules. And the idea of preventing them from doing something the right way doesn't rub right with me.
Yeah.
So I do think that if they are comfortable with adding that and adding some support, the fact that however that gets written, the fact that the town of Luck requested this, they accepted that, and we support the town of Luck in their request and the support of the landowner, however that gets written.
And if the conditions are proposed by the committee, and if the person applying for the conditional use permit agrees to those conditions, that's going to be something that is going to, if challenged in the future,
Exactly.
going to cut against them.
Right.
Sure.
They've agreed to it. So
All right.
that's my
Anyone
2
else? Go through them, Logan.
All right.
Let's go through our facts and stuff and see how we end up.
Or could you go back to the map? I just want, because I do have in the findings and fact about the owners of the property. Can you click on that?
No. Somebody said that it could be absolutely.
So when you said you own the one to the north, is that, because this is a Ronald and Charlotte Pedersen?
The next one
Okay, yeah,
over,
it's actually to the northwest corner.
that one and that
Oh,
one,
east, right?
It's also the one,
right there.
yeah, right there. We own that one that butts up against that Highway 275.
And then this.
And then, yeah, we own that one too. Okay, then, so the large track right above there, then that's owned by, somebody else.
Okay.
Patterson.
All right, in the findings of fact, a lot of it was in, my staff report. Would you like me to read through them or do you want to review them? I think I covered everything.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we have the limited number of people, the 8, whatever.
So I don't,
It's a resort, it's limited to the septic size. Is that all we're doing?
I don't have the limitation in the findings, but I do have a condition down below with that, yeah.
So it's in there. All right.
So I do have that there's a 4-bedroom sanitary system. I think it's up a little bit
Yeah,
further.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
That was state approved, whatever.
4-bedroom sanitary system installed.
2022. All right.
I don't think there were any additional facts that came up, any public, or much public comment or from the applicant. The town of Luck resolutions included in there as a fact.
Yeah,
So if you would like to move to conclusions of law.
let's move to those. Yep, and then we'll roll.
So this is the section in the ordinance that explains the standards that are applicable to all conditional uses. We could scroll up a little bit further. So those are well, there's more on the next page. There's 12 standards that conditions should be made to. I don't know if you want to read through them again. We go through those.
These are the standard, the standard.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so we should.
That should be evaluated for that's proposed use.
And we take whatever applies. And all these are good because it's, let's go to the next after.
Okay.
The first 7, all we're good. Okay, so all those were touched on it. So all 12 were good. Okay.
So then with that, the staff recommendation for conditions or possible conditions if granted. Go through those. So I have the parcel is limited to 1 rental dwelling with a maximum of 2 people per bedroom based on the sanitary system sizing. This condition was added as part of both their applications stating they had no proposed expansion. I did add another condition. The next one is that there may be 1 single family dwelling on the property for the operator of the farm. So that would be, because it's a resort, there'd be the option to have more than 1 dwelling. That doesn't have to be in here, but if you guys feel like that's a reasonable condition, I did put that on here as a possible condition that could be a part of this. The next one is accessory buildings must not have sleeping accommodations. Next one, no RVs or campers allowed for overnight stay. No commercial events, including weddings or outdoor music events. That was from their application stating that they wouldn't have any outdoor events. All parking to be on an impervious surface and must be contained on the property. I did add on that condition that an adequate turnaround area shall be provided for the farm-based food stand customers, just because when we were out there, it seemed like that, depending on how busy, I don't know what that farm food stand is gonna look like, but the parking or operation could be a little bit of an issue. So just that they make that addressed if that food stand does get used. The permit holder must obtain all proper licensing. The property owner and their agent, if applicable, must have a 24-hour contact number available to the public and provided to all property owners within 300 feet of their property. Property must remain free from citation and charges for nuisance, disorderly conduct, or any other illegal activity. Quiet hours will be set from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Property lines shall be clearly marked and obvious to guests. All conditions that apply to renters shall be included in the rental information. The zoning office can require additional building inspections performed by the local building inspector annually at the operator's expense. Any advertisement shall include the land use permit number and the health department license number. The conditional use permit shall be non-transferable to another property owner. The permit holder shall notify the zoning office in writing upon any ownership transfer. All pets must be contained on the rental property. Property owner shall provide Wisconsin Department of Revenue seller's permit and use tax number to the Polk County zoning office. Products that are not grown directly on the farm but will be sold at the farm-based food stand shall be sourced from within 35 miles of the property. In their application, they said they only wanted Polk County products, but I just pulled the mileage down to the farthest part of Polk County and then just 35 miles. So if it's, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a condition, but it was part of the application. I felt like we could potentially include it if you want. I don't know if it would extend the farm stand to then be selling stuff from all over the country or not. Or if that's even a concern. It might be a little more commercialized if it's not what they're intending to do, but. And then wetland area on the property shall not be disturbed. And however, we would like to draft that condition stating that those uses are not allowed.
I would just question that 35-mile, who's gonna,
Yeah.
who's gonna? Don't
Strike
put
it.
something in there that nobody's ever gonna look at
Right,
or,
strike it.
yeah, strike it.
So take R off.
What about Q? Do we have to have Q?
We don't, that's on the other, conditional use permits, so I included it on this one as well, as far as when the rentals are done, but yeah, that does not have to be in there either.
It's on the other conditional use.
It was on the other
For the one?
transient lodge one that we
Oh.
did too.
It's on that one.
Got it.
Okay, so R is struck.
I guess if it's already on our tourist rooming house one, I guess to make it, that would make it consistent. I just,
Q, you mean?
Q, yeah,
Q.
yeah,
okay.
strike R, but I guess.
All right, and then the condition that the owner.
Yeah.
How would we do that, Joe? That
Just that the owner agrees to
the owner agreed to those 5 stipulations that were on from
the
the
town's resolution.
town's resolution.
The owner understands that they've agreed to the stipulations of not having these 5 things for for their discussion with the town of Luck. Or however you would like to word it, Joe.
Okay. The owner did agree, so. All right.
I mean, do you want it laid out for you, or you kind of know the intent and are comfortable with writing it?
I'm comfortable with that. That's fine.
I guess I have a question.
Yes.
The main gist of this is with the rental property. With the farm stand though, I mean, like if I'm doing a farm stand and selling my produce, and somebody up in Burnett County wants me to sell their raspberries or something.
That's why we took.
That's why we're
We took that
striking
out.
that 35 mile.
Yeah, we
Except
took that out.
agreed.
So that R is all completely gone. So there's no mileage. Okay. Then the only one added was that we assured the 5 things.
Did you get that one? The conditions they want to ask.
Not entirely, but you'll watch the recording.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any other discussion on it? I will entertain a motion then.
So what?
For approval with conditions.
Yeah. How do you want it stated?
Approved with the conditions that were set forth, maybe.
Okay, I make a motion, we approve the conditional use application with the conditions that we just reviewed and were set forth.
Okay. And Doug seconded. Any other questions on this one? Hearing none, then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that moves forward. Okay. So let's jump into B. The formation of the Lake District Lake. Now, who does this presentation? How do they want to start this? Who is the applicant for this? Is
Well,
Eric, are you gonna,
I'll give a little bit of background.
all right,
So there were a number of citizens around Loveless Lake that have been working for a number of years to petition the county for a proposed lake district. That petition was filed here, and Shabana would have the date as to when it was filed. And
should move forward as, you know, any other petition to for. I don't have the file petition in front of me, but it appears as though Shavana does.
Well, the petition was filed in my office on June 11th. It is only required to do a class 1 notice, but we actually just did a class 2 notice in accordance with the other ones. And then we did send out the letter to all the landowners of the requirements, and those went out on July 8th that had the notice information on it as well. I believe I included in front of you all the public comments that came in regarding this petition as well. I think there were 7. There was one that was neutral. I think there was 1 against and 5 for, if my memory serves me correct, but it should be written on.
And throughout the process of the petition signatures, I've been working with the individuals representing Loveless Lake in this petition to obtain the adequate and appropriate number of signatures according to Wisconsin statutes 33. They need 51% of the owners listed on the most recent tax roll, which would be 2025. And they need also 51% or more of the ownership area of the proposed district. And upon review, complete review, is my estimation that they have 55% of the ownership on the 2025 tax roll and 69% of the acreage within the proposed lake district. So they've met those requirements file for the proposed lake district.
When you say 69 of the land, would that be that 100%? Or how does it end up at 69?
So maybe Claire would like,
69% of the land.
Claire, could you put up the map that I shared with you on the proposed boundary, and I'll pass a couple of copies. So within the yellow area there, that represents the parcels that would be included in the legal description for the proposed lake district. And they have obtained signatures representing 69% of that area.
Oh, okay.
Is there a list of those names that I could look at as people?
Sir, don't interrupt. You'll get a chance to ask. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. So that's what I was trying to figure out why it was 69%. 55% of the people own 69%.
Of the land. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So, and I can break that down further. So, as far as the number of signatures needed, based on the 2025 tax roll, there were 156 signatures needed and 86 were obtained. And that should be just over 55%.
Not needed, 186 total.
There was, based on the acreage of all of the parcels included, there's about 110, just shy of 111 acres of land area within that map. And they obtained signatures representing 76.35 acres.
So this isn't one of our watershed ones, it's just the shoreline. It's not a watershed.
Correct. It's
So
just
there's a difference. All right.
parcels most adjacent to the shoreline.
So just to clarify what you said, there was 128 owners based on the 2025 tax roll.
156.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, 156. So they need
I'm sorry, they needed 156 signatures.
Okay.
Yep, and they obtained 86.
Then that's not 50. They needed 100. No. So 156
It's 156
total on the tax roll.
Yeah, you're just confusing the back, making it backwards, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, because you're saying they needed. So to me, if you say needed, that's 51%.
Yeah.
No,
Well, so
To
based
get
on the
51%, they had to have 86.
there's a little more complexity to it because
Okay.
trusts only need one signature. Multiple owners
Okay.
require
Oh,
more signatures, obviously. So they obtained 86 signatures and there were 156
potential.
total.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. No, that's okay. I was just like,
Okay, and now we've got a page, or almost 2 pages of descriptions, and that's, did the surveyor go over that or somebody go over
Yeah.
that? So it's pretty,
Our county surveyor would have drafted up that legal description based on map that you see here.
that we're looking at. All right, so that's,
So it's a lengthy legal description describing the land area of the district or proposed district, and that's included in the petition that was filed
Okay.
with the county clerk.
now the petition, who are the petitioners? I mean, in setting this up, don't we have to set up a board for them? Or how is that done again?
Well,
That we set up their first board or till they elect one? How does that work?
they currently do have a lake association that has some of the foundational members in place. So I think with, that is something.
But I think I read the one from the lake president was kind of against it.
everything.
The lake district president was against it, if I read the right one. Well, we'll see. We'll hear from the
Association president, not district
the
president.
association, not the district yet. But then, when we did Magner, didn't we have to set something up? Then we had to set up a board. Go ahead, Joe.
If this committee approves the petition and sends it up to the board, or what you can do is direct me to draft a resolution, bring back to you. Within that resolution, there will be be it now resolved, and you will establish the first order committee or
The first committee or whatever until it's voted.
that is the governing body of that district. And then they have pursuant to statute, an election at some point in the future. And so you through resolution will establish the first, governing body.
The first governing body would be, okay.
And then who helps them understand the process they need to go through then? I mean, it becomes the Lake District, then they need to understand steps 2, 3, and 4 too, okay, we've got the resolution. Now they, meeting the people that live there, have to determine what's the next steps.
There's a good guidance document out there called People of the Lake that they could use as a guide to help them move forward. And it's as detailed a publication and guidance document as you could get. Our staff would be available to help them with questions and things like that. But that guidance document is quite thorough.
Good, that's
And
good.
It's gotten many other lake districts
Started.
started.
Perfect. I just wanted everybody to understand that there is something in place.
So then what is our next step? Well, we haven't heard from everybody yet.
Comments.
So we should have anybody that wants to speak for or against to start coming up. State your name. Up to the podium, please.
My name's Susan Barnes, and my husband and I are full-time residents on Loveless Lake. I'm also on the board of the association. Loveless Lake is currently designated as impaired by the county. It's a shallow lake with a large phosphorus load already in the lake, far higher than other shallow lakes similar to ours in this area. It can be adversely affected by rain and runoff from surrounding farmland, resulting in hazardous conditions such as blue-green algae and that kind of thing. So all of those reasons are why we felt as a community, the Lake District would be important to us. As Eric was saying, 55% of the property owners on Loveless Lake and about 70% of the land that surrounds the lake have signed the petition to become the Loveless Lake Protection and Rehabilitation District. So what is a Lake District? A Lake District is a special unit of government led and guided by the property owners. They are funded by taxes or special fees with a singular goal, which is to maintain, protect, and improve the quality of the lake and its watershed for the mutual good of the members and the lake environment. The district will focus on the health and safety of our lake by funding projects focused on improving water quality, invasive species control, and shoreline restoration. Becoming a lake district will enhance our ability to manage and protect our lake effectively, ensuring long-term sustainability and enjoyment for future generations. The focus of the lake district will be to protect the water quality. As a lake district, we will have access to low-interest loans and be eligible for state grants and cost-sharing programs that could cover up to 70% of the lake improvement project costs, easing the burden on individual property owners. What else can a lake district do? Give the lake a strong, united voice in local government, promote environmentally sound policies, help all lake users understand the fragile nature of our lake, make it possible to get DNR or state funding for projects, contract for aquatic plant removal, purchase sensitive areas around the lake like farmland that butts right up to our culverts and things that pour into the lake directly, and improve fish habitat and stock fish with permits from the DNR. The Lake District will have a unique blend of powers and governance provisions tailored to fit the needs of our Loveless Lake community. It will be guided and operated by people that live on or own property on the lake. Day-to-day operations will be carried out by a board of commissioners composed of elected volunteers and local officials. The financial direction of the district will be determined by the residents and property owners at an annual meeting. A lake district creates a more local control because decisions are made by the property owners on the lake. It empowers the property owners of Loveless Lake to take ownership of lake management, ensuring sustainable practices and accountability. All property owners have to vote on all the affairs of the district. The Lake District does have the power to levy taxes to fund essential projects if needed. The state caps that the maximum amount of that the Lake District can levy to 2.5 mils per $1,000 of property's fair market value. Unlike a lake association, the Lake District is a governmental body with statutory responsibilities to the lake, the local citizens, and the taxpayers. Like all government entities, the powers and operations of a Lake District are set by law with legal responsibilities and consequences designed to ensure that the rights and interests of the public are protected. We believe becoming a Lake District will ensure lake quality for years to come and protect recreational activities and property values. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yep, come on up.
I'm Blaine Erickson. We have owned 1617 162nd Street since 2002 and have been active in the Loveless Lake Association. I am here to support the formation of the proposed Lake District for Loveless Lake. A neutral letter was sent out to all the owners of the association that have the email addresses currently listed. It pointed out 7 specific topics to be learned about, and these are: what specific problems the Lake District is intended to solve, what the short-term and long-term strategy would be, what projects or initiatives are being considered, what are the estimated costs to the property owners, how decisions would be made, what authority the Lake District would have, and how transparency, communications, and community input would be handled going forward. Every one of these points is a valid one to be asked. The problem lies in not being able to put definition on any of these with a volunteer organization made up of about 25% of the property owners on Lake Loveless that are active in the association. By agreeing to move forward with the process of forming a Lake District, you would allow all these topics to be addressed as defined in the Wisconsin State Guidelines of a Lake District. My understanding of the process would be that a board of directors would work on a priority of projects for the help, with the help of the county and the Wisconsin DNR. All projects and funding would be defined and then moved to a meeting of all the property owners for approval or rejection. The board would have no authority to do any project or funding without their approval. By forming a lake district, the above listed questions would be addressed and brought to the entire property owners for consideration. I am personally concerned with Loveless Lake's water quality, as it is a shallow lake with a very muddy bottom. If we continue ignoring the related issues, where will our ability be to use this lake, and what will happen to our property values over the future years? I want to see our lake protected, and I ask that you allow a Loveless Lake District to be established. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? I will. Yep, come on up, sir. Yeah.
My name is Brian Dars. I've been coming to Loveless Lake since about 1970s. As my uncle was married to Niles. And so I've been with that lake for a long time, seen all the changes that happen. Opposed to the Lake District, and the only reason I'm saying that is I don't like to increase taxes and other people's what's going to be allocated to me. I already pay close to $5,000 in taxes. I'm always worried about the person that can't afford to live on a lake because of the extra costs that being added for all the additional fees and voted on assessments or whatever we want to call it. So, Blaine, the gentleman I just stood up here and talked to you, just an example. I was getting my tank put in my new property, a septic tank. Didn't want to do a drain field. I didn't believe a drain field should be on a lake, so I refused to do it. Put a big oversized tank in there, 3,000. Blaine decided to have his done at the same time. He had a 500-gallon reach tank. When I came home, I found out he'd increased to about a 2,000-gallon tank, intruded into my property line. Him and the builder went ahead and buried it and did it, and it was all done. This is a representation that I'm worried about. People just doing what they want to do, regardless of asking for permission in the first place. This is what I deal with. I never did anything about it. I just swallowed. So, okay, my neighbor went ahead and just took the authority to go ahead and bury something on my land. This is what I'm afraid of, people. I ain't going after him legally because he's a neighbor. I think he's a good guy. I don't like people making decisions for me without me being present or even involved. You know, I think it's just terrible, but I'm opposed to increases. I think the DNR should take care of the lake. The county should take care of my roads. I pay it, like say, upwards 5,000, and yet we're seem to be some little inkling thing that they don't have a budget. I've heard people tell me this. We're at the bottom of the list of you know, what is really important because we're just a little lake. That's my point. I just wanted to let people know. Make your decision on your own. You have the right to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up, sir.
Hi, my name's Chris Tedor. I live on Loveless Lake. I helped get signatures for the district here the last 3 years. And, you know, 10 years ago, Polk County Land and Water and the Wisconsin DNR did give us a roadmap to the management plan. And it predicted through science and data we have that it's happening today. Many of you are here. Many of you are here today. We're involved in that study. I don't know. That was in 2016. The science is clear. Loveless Lake is a shallow drainage lake and extremely sensitive to phosphorus. Because our watershed is small, every bit of phosphorus that enters the lake stays here. It doesn't flush out, it just accumulates. And when phosphorus accumulates, algae blooms follow. And we've had too many algae blooms. The plan also warned about three major things. Phosphorus levels were already high enough to support algae blooms. Initial phosphorus releases when deep water loses oxygen will worsen over time. Shoreline erosion and sediment disturbances would accelerate nutrient loading. And we've seen it happen. 10 years later, we're seeing exactly what was predicted. More algae blooms, lower clarity, eroding shorelines and sediment clouds after high energy boating. These conditions release phosphorus and feed algae. And let's not forget when our lake turned aqua a few years ago. The lake is telling us it's under stress. And contrary to any of these outdated beliefs, the lake will not fix itself. The plan told us what to do. Restore the shoreline and the runoff and protect the aquatic plants, limit sediment disturbance, and monitor the lake consistently. These actions are essential, but they require expert management, long-term continuity, as our neighboring county lakes have with their lake districts. It's simply not, Lake Association simply not doing it. That the 2016 plan identified forming a lake district as a viable option. And today it's more than just viable, it's necessary. It's also well documented in the plan that the Lake Association encouraged forming the district. With the help of residents, we have worked hard and long to gather the signatures that we have, 55% of the property owners, 70% of the acreage around the lake. It has long been a goal of Loveless Lake and did not just come out of nowhere. In those 10 years as a lake association with volunteers, and much thanks to the Bergman Farm, we have only done one project to reduce the runoff into our lakes. And that's simply not good enough. There's 14 other projects to get done to stop the runoff. So those of you who are new to the table to this issue, and those of you who were involved back then, just to refresh your memory, I just encourage you to read the study. The Lake Association cannot ensure participation and guarantee long-term funding. A lake district can. It provides predictable funding under Wisconsin Statute 33, stronger eligibility for DNR grants, structured planning, and long-term continuity. Again, volunteer groups cannot match. If we want Loveless Lake to remain boatable, swimmable, fishable, and healthy, we must act decisively. We must reduce the phosphorus inputs, protect the shoreline, and limit the sediment disturbance, and form a lake district to give our community the tools it needs to protect the lake. It is the responsibility of every Loveless Lake owner to ensure a healthier lake for our investments, property values, and our future generations. The plan gave us the science and has proven true thus far. So today, enough talking about it. Let's provide the long-term leadership based on action. And based on the land signatures, I encourage you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for or against? Okay.
I'm Bill White, and I've been on Loveless Lake for 37 years, and I'm gonna make this short. All the rules have been followed to become a district. I see no reason why this committee should not vote to move this district ahead. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, anyone else?
Can I make additional?
Sure.
I'd just like to make a retribution back to the statement of Brian. He was standing there the day we both put in the 2 takes.
No, that has nothing to do with the Lake District. No, you can fight with him at all. You get to fight with him at all. We don't do the plates here. Anyone,
Get involved in the squabble.
anyone,
And squabble.
anyone else? The Lake District, please. No one else? All right, then. So we can close that one if there's no other public hearing parts. Anybody, if they've all spoken. Eric, moving forward. Do we,
So I think the committee should make a number of factual findings, similar to a CUP. Make your factual findings and I can kind of walk you through what I think are the things you need to find. After you make those factual findings, you can then, my recommendation is that you then move to direct me to draft a resolution that follows, that incorporates your factual findings and does whatever you decide to do as a result. I'm not going to presuppose what that is. So I'll walk you through the factual findings. At the end of that, there should be a motion to direct my office to draft a resolution to bring back to the next Environmental Services Committee, and then it'll go up to County Board. One of the reasons I'm not saying just send it to County Board with your factual findings and a resolution is that they need to get done today, and I don't. So, okay, to be on the July County Board. So
it'd be on the August one, so that they know it. Okay. That's what do we get moved to?
I have a question, Kim,
Yes.
and I don't know if Eric can answer it or Joe can answer it. Just, is there a timeline on signatures? I'm just curious, because he had mentioned that he's been collecting signatures for 3 years. Is there a timeline as far as when, I mean, how long those are good? It's just it's just a question.
Yeah, they're good until property changes hands.
Okay.
And they're no longer on that the most recent tax
Okay.
roll. So really, the 2025 tax roll is the one to follow where the eligible signatures
Yep.
are determined.
Perfect, thank you. That's what I needed to know.
or rescinded, a person.
Or, yeah,
could
they obviously
have
could rescind it,
said,
absolutely.
I signed that and I changed my mind and I don't want to do that.
So they have up until 10 days prior to the public hearing to rescind their signatures.
Okay.
So there is a timeline on that. So no one today in the public hearing could rescind their signatures. That would have had to have been done 10
Done
days
10 days. Okay, all right, thank you.
So, the things that you need to contemplate is, when the petition was filed and whether a petition was filed. I think it's pretty clear that a petition was filed. I don't know when it was filed, but we.
June 11th.
So we have June 11th
Finding of facts, our petition filed on June 11th.
and the notice was what's the July?
July to all landowners.
Class 2 notice on July.
Class 2 notice.
You need to make a finding of whether or not that petition satisfied the requirements set forth in stat 33.25. Basically, that they have a name of the district, that they set forth the necessity that the district is there to anticipate problems for the lake, that it's there because of another finding is that they state that there is a public health, comfort, convenience, and necessity that will be promoted by the establishment of the district, which is in the petition as well. And then
Can we use their 6 bullet points?
exactly. So your finding is that that petition
This,
meets the requirements.
Okay,
so their 6 bullet points are what we should be a finding of.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then finally, that petition in fact does set out the layout of the area that it applies to. So that's all one finding, that those are part of their petition. I believe.
So would we'll include the map in that too then?
Right.
That we have here?
Yep.
So they would be like an exhibit, so. Or how are we gonna set that? Or this would be included with the petition then?
So,
a map would be included with the descriptions.
it was included with the petition.
There is one in there.
It is included. Okay, so that's there. Okay.
Need to find that it's within Polk County. You need to find that that the Polk County Board has jurisdiction, which I will give you the advice that it does in fact have the jurisdiction pursuant to WSDAT 33.27. You have to make a finding that.
Are you writing these down so we don't get lost here? Just reading. Or are you?
If you decide that those are the facts, then the clerk is documenting them, they're recorded, and I will incorporate them into the resolution so you can look at them again and make sure it's.
Okay, let's make sure that it's in there.
You need to
number of signatures.
Determine whether or not the petition was verified by one of the petitioners and accompanied by a map, which is attached to and incorporated in the petition that indicates the approximate area and boundaries of the proposed district, which again is the map that you were talking about. You have to make a determination of how many properties are within that tax roll.
So the 156.
56. You have to make a determination of how many signatures.
Okay, that'd be 86 then.
That's 86 of the properties. Eric, is that right?
I think those were
Signatures. Required signature.
Signatures.
Because some of the properties have more than one owner.
But they only get one signature. They don't, if there's 10 owners, you don't get 10 signatures for one property.
You can.
You can,
What?
he said. He says you can.
Potentially you can.
Really?
If there are multiple owners, like say 2 different owners.
Yeah.
If you get 2 different signatures, if it's a trust, you get 1 eligible signature. That is a representative of the trust. But many of the parcels where there's multiple owners, I have 2 owners potentially on the tax roll, required to get 2 signatures if they have 2 owners listed on that tax roll. If there's just 1 owner listed on the tax roll, there's 1 signature. If it's a trust, 1 signature. There's some parcels on here that have husband and wife listed under owner 1, husband and wife listed under owner 2. There's 4 signatures needed right there. So in going through that 2025 tax roll, it was determined that there are 156 signatures needed. Okay, eligible signatures.
Eligible. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And they were able to successfully obtain 86.
According to the list, it should be, if this is correct, the 112 parcels.
Yeah, and I didn't have that
parcel
number. Thank you.
It's 112 parcels.
Okay, 100.
So do we know how many of the parcels had full signatures as opposed to the number of signatures versus the number of signatures required?
I can get that in just a minute if you'd like.
Yeah. So while she's getting that, I think that should be included as well, but you also need to make a finding that the appropriate number of signatures of the people who own land, which I think we heard the information that was it 60-some%?
69%.
Yeah. 69% of the land within the district, which exceeds the 51% threshold. So you need to make that finding.
So that's the 111 acres and it was 76.35. Are those numbers right?
Correct. There, yeah, 110.66 acres.
Okay,
total.
110.66.
And they received signatures representing 76.35 acres.
Okay.
So here's the last 2 that are probably the most less technical, but more important in terms of your decision making and parsing through the information you received and making a decision about what the facts are. You have to find that the proposed district as petitioned is necessary for the protection and rehabilitation of the lake. You need to make finding that the public health, comfort, convenience, necessity, and public welfare will be promoted by the establishment of the district. The properties identified will be benefited by the establishment of the district. based upon the current and anticipated problems of the lake. That the establishment of the district will help to identify causes, implement remedial measures, and activities which will help to protect the appropriate results, etc.
So with that, our first, is your name Susie again? She read that to us.
Right.
For the necessity and stuff. Can we use those bullet points?
Any information that you've received through the public hearing and through the petition, you can use to make your factual findings.
So when she read that, how they decided to do it, that would be kind of how we should look at that. That's to, well, to get a district going.
Additionally, as a fact finder, it would be indicative of the facts that there is not someone here presenting counter argument. That
Correct. Okay.
can also be taken into consideration when you're determining the validity of statements.
Okay.
So those are the things you need to find at the next committee meeting. If this gets sent forward, staff can probably come with a list of people that we think could be and are willing to be added as commissioners, and then this committee can select 3 to add to, and that then gets sent up to the board.
That gets sent up. Okay.
So
Has to come
it'll
back
be,
to committee again and doesn't go right to the board.
the resolution should come back here so that they can verify the facts are in the resolution correctly. And then select the committee members that will
Then select, okay.
For recommendation up to.
For recommendation, yeah. Okay.
And it's 61 of the parcels of the 112 parcels.
Okay. All right. So in the findings of, so to make it necessary, I mean, she read how the district is set up and the necessity of it. It's an impaired lake. We could go through some of her statements to put in there then as findings, could we not?
I don't
Is that
know.
how we should do it?
I think that you, as a fact-finding committee, could say that you're going to accept those as facts, that have no reason to dispute that that is actual information, and that those are facts that you're basing your decision on.
And it would be from the 2016 plan too, that said it was happening. So we can accept some of that because nobody's disputed any of those. Okay. All right.
I want to say that the management plan that we did in 2016, I believe, is on the DNR site under our lake.
Okay.
And I can give you a copy of what I set up here to verify that.
That would be good to have it if you have a copy of what you read.
I think Land and Water would have it too, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
We would have.
Because they've been involved in
All
all
right.
that.
Yep.
Okay.
And just about the board, creation of the committee or the Lake District Board, did we not say that it was just probably going to be the current officers of the association?
No, they did.
No.
So that might be what the petitioners are requesting. The committee will make a recommendation to the county board, and the county board will determine who is and is not on the initial.
Okay, so we would have to, but they would put names forward, I guess, however you want to put it, or who wants to be on it. I mean,
And again, staff can work with
to get, the volunteers
petitioners
to
and
be on
the
the first
residents
board,
to find people that are willing to serve on the board.
to serve on the board. And of course, you'd want somebody that's going to be active.
And my question was, I understand it can be 3 or it can be 5. Who decides that?
On the board after that.
Your district after it's formed.
Okay, okay.
The original committee is 3 appointed by the county board. The town that has the majority of the area of the lake gets to recommend a person or appoint a person they basically tell the county board, hey, this is the person we're putting on. And then that gets incorporated into that.
So you should talk to the town too also.
Township.
Yeah. Okay.
So they'd start with 4 people then.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
So do they need a motion to have you write the?
So they need to, so
So that list that we started, okay, our findings.
If you're gonna talk about it, then you'll talk about it. And once you're done talking, someone needs to move to direct something. Again, I don't want to presuppose, but if you wanted to, basically make those findings, determine that they've met everything they need to satisfy you that all of those things are true, then you would move to adopt that set of findings, and to direct Corporation Council to draft a resolution incorporating those findings and establishing the Lake District and appointing those members. And I.
You would do that, all right. So what are we thinking here? Did you write them all down so you know all the findings? So you got whoever's.
I did not. Can't we just say we want to try this? I make a motion that we use the findings that were presented as they were presented to be able to have corporate council draft a resolution establishing the Lake District.
To review at the next meeting.
For review at the next SCS meeting.
August 5th.
August 5th, yeah. And then it could move on to the county board as early as August 16th, 18th. Okay.
Would that be suffice, Joe?
It gives me enough information to draft the resolution. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, Doug second that. Do we have any other discussion? Are we all right with this so far? Vote then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It moves on to our next meeting. We're gonna need a little break because Adam's gonna talk for about 2 hours, so we need a little bit of a break here. Let's open up our public hearing. This is shoreline ordinance amendment. It was a petition. Procedurally, do we read the petition in? Joe, do you think?
Do the same thing that you do any other time.
So we should read the petition in, I would imagine, or
Logan does when he petition. I don't recall. Read in the entire.
I don't think we read the whole thing in, did we?
The author of the petition waive that. I don't know that it's not, I don't
think we have.
You all have the petition. The petition has
And
been
it's
publicly noticed.
And it's been noticed, so I think that would be all right, that we can come up. Well, let's open up the hearing. We have a time on this one. 10:54, okay. And the petitioner is here to give his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about this for a second. I think the best way to try to cover this, or what the intent here is, to talk about generally. Zoning is hard. I've been doing it for over 20 years, representing towns, villages, cities, counties, property owners, developers. When I was in the legislature, I wrote a fair number of zoning ordinances, including the last major rewrite to the shoreland zoning statute. And it's still hard and confusing for me after all of those years. And so I try to take stock of that whenever I start a presentation, and try to get us all at a baseline. So the baseline for me is there's various different types of zoning. And Polk County has adopted them. You have general zoning. This is all found in chapter 42 of the Polk County ordinances. We have a general zoning ordinance that arises under 59, 69 of the statutes. We have a shoreland ordinance, which arises under 59, 692, as well as NR 115. They're separate and distinct. The reason they're separate and distinct is because a shoreland ordinance is required of every single county in the state. The state law requires that every single county adopt that. And the state law under 59,692 has minimum standards and maximum standards. And NR 115 is the administrative code provision that the DNR adopted to implement the shoreland law, 59,692. And it is from that the county is required to adopt a shoreland ordinance. And there are certain provisions that the county is required to have in that shoreland ordinance, and certain provisions that the county may not have in a shoreland ordinance. The importance of the distinction between the general zoning ordinance and a shoreland ordinance is the shoreland ordinance applies across the county, every single town. Every single town. It does not apply in any village or city. Villages and cities are exempt. So City of Amory, this does not apply to. Town of Lincoln, it applies to. Town of Apple River, it applies to. Town of Garfield, it applies to. Every single town, the shoreland ordinance applies to. General zoning, on the other hand, counties are not required to have. Counties are not required to adopt. Counties are not required to do anything with. Polk County has adopted a general zoning ordinance. 7 towns in Polk County have determined to not participate in that general zoning ordinance. Some of those towns have adopted their own zoning ordinance. Town of St. Croix Falls, Town of Apple River, Town of Garfield, Town of Farmington. The other towns of that 7 are unzoned. And why does that matter? Because those town boards in those towns who were elected by the people in those towns made a policy decision. That policy decision is we either want to do our own zoning or we want to be unzoned. Now, you might live in one of those towns and you might think your town board's crazy and that they should come under the county general zoning ordinance. And if that's the case, you should run for town board or encourage somebody else to run for town board or try to defeat that person, whatever. That's the political process. But the distinction matters because a shoreland ordinance may not encroach on those town rights that have decided to not fall under general zoning. The shoreland ordinance may not be a backdoor way of doing general zoning through a shoreland ordinance. So this committee has worked really hard and long hours over the last year and a half at making some revisions to its shoreland ordinance. And it's been, I think, there's been some controversy about what is happening there and why it's happening. When it started, I viewed it as an opportunity to correct some things in the ordinance that I think have been wrong for a very long time. Not only wrong, I think they're illegal. And I'm not the only one that thinks they're illegal. There are a number of very, very experienced lawyers in Wisconsin who have addressed this committee. And those lawyers are some of the most experienced in shoreland law in the entire state. And they have said, the ordinance that you have right now with zoning districts is illegal. You may not do zoning districts through your shoreland ordinance. That's something for your general zoning ordinance. And so that's the place where I am most interested. So why this petition and what does this petition do? And importantly, what does it not do? If you look at our current shoreland ordinance, it's about 45-ish pages long. The draft that I proposed, which is based on the DNR, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Model Ordinance, back up one step, as part of its duties to implement the shoreland law, the department prepares a model ordinance for counties to consider adopting. This department has done that. I think the latest iteration is from 2024. Importantly, for people who are very concerned about what may or may not be in that model ordinance, not Scott Walker's DNR, not Adams DNR. Tony Evers DNR drafted that model ordinance based on the law. I use that as the basis for the ordinance that you have in front of you. So, geez, Adam, our current ordinance is 45-ish pages long. Yours is only 25. You must be taking a lot of stuff out. You must be leaving our lakes exposed. Here's what, generally speaking, is not in the model ordinance and therefore not in the ordinance that I have in front of you. The zoning districts. The zoning districts, which include regulations on businesses, conditional use permits, permitted uses, licensing, all kinds of stuff. That's about half, little under half of the 45 or 50-ish pages of the current ordinance. I'll say that again, about half. So if you take that stuff out, you get to about the same length of ordinance that I have proposed. But geez, we want to have those regulations. We want to have regulations on tourist rooming houses, and we want to have regulations on bed and breakfasts and adult establishments. Perfectly legitimate. We may want to have those in Polk County. And clearly, previous county boards have thought that that's important because it's gone into the shoreline ordinance. But the shoreline ordinance is the wrong place for that regulation. That regulation belongs in the general zoning ordinance. The general zoning ordinance. So if you take out what I will call the non-shoreland type provisions from the current shoreland ordinance, move them in to the general zoning ordinance, you're left with an ordinance that is not terribly dissimilar from the one that I've proposed. Now, it's not exactly the same, okay? And it's not meant to be the same. I just got done saying this committee has worked on revisions to the ordinance for a year and a half. I submitted this petition a month or so ago. What I want to show by submitting this petition is there is a separate path forward that I think will be far less controversial. Clearly, the towns that have hired a law firm to oppose what's happening in the shoreland ordinance and have threatened legal action, they have specifically said, please pass something similar to the model ordinance. And so they will be made happy. So one of the things that is not in the model ordinance and is not in the draft that I provided, phosphorus levels, phosphorus regulation. Should that continue in Polk County Shoreland Ordinance, even though it's not in the one that I provided to you? Probably. Again, I'm not here today to say this should be, we should just adopt this. What I'm here today to say is we have an opportunity to follow the model ordinance path, stop a bunch of this controversy, and still do all of the things that protect the lakes in our current shoreland ordinance. So what are the things that are untouched? Well, obviously the shoreland definition is still the same. 1,000 feet from a lake, 300 feet from a river. No difference in the two. The setbacks, the state law sets a setback, 75 feet. No difference in the two. Vegetative buffer zones, no difference in the two. The 35-foot height limit, no difference in the two. Setback averaging, the 15% impervious surface cap, 30% maximum with mitigation. The non-conforming structure rules are generally the same. The open-sided structure, the 200-foot lateral expansion that you're allowed, mitigation triggers, land division review, all are the same. So those things that we all think about when we think about shoreland zoning, right? Mitigating runoff, protecting the water quality, generally speaking, the same. Now, one big thing that's not in there, we have this old lake classification system that we still have in our shoreland ordinance. I wasn't here in the late 90s when that was put into place, but back then, there was not a state law as to what the setback would be from the lake, a shoreland setback. And so one of the big things that that lake classification system used to do was say in smaller lakes that are maybe more prone to having problems from runoff, we're going to have a setback that's further back. That had to go away and did go away when the state law was changed in 2015. Every setback is now 75 feet, except for setback averaging. There are some other things in that lake classification provision that, you know, I think people can reasonably discuss whether they want it, like side yard setbacks, different for different lakes. There's some other things in there that are different from different lakes. So I'm more than happy to have that discussion, and I think we should. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk about what I think, what I hope we might do going forward. You know, one of the other things that I didn't be specific about in the ordinance, boathouse sizes. We have a boathouse size in our current ordinance. I'm generally fine with that size. I don't have a problem with it. I didn't add it into the draft that I presented to you because I think it's something that ought to be discussed. It's not because I think, geez, we should have no limit on boathouse sizes. We have a kind of a limit anyways, because they have to be in the viewing corridor, but in any event, I recognize and fully concede that if we as a board were to go down the path of trying to move the non-shoreland zoning provisions, mostly the zoning district stuff, out of the shoreland ordinance and into the general zoning ordinance and adopt something more like the model ordinance, the draft that I provided you would and should go through changes. There should be some changes to it. And so where do I think, or where do I hope we will go from here? One of the things I talked to the chairman of the committee here about that I think might be useful, and I think he agreed, at least at the time, is going to, in the county board, in a county board meeting, go to the committee of the whole and have a discussion with the full board about what path we want to go down as a county. And not necessarily just on this, not necessarily just on shoreland stuff. That's an important component of it. But I looked again today because I wanted to make sure that I had the number right. Our zoning ordinances in Polk County are 186 pages long. All in, 186 pages. I'll bet there's not two people in the room who have read those 186 pages. The vast majority of those things were put in place years and years ago. Polk County is a different county than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. So what I would hope that we might consider doing as a county and at a committee of the whole meeting, a county board, is setting forth a process where we will take a holistic look at our ordinances. We just had a long public comment period about data centers. I think it was supposed to be just about data centers, but it turned out to be just about data centers. That might be an important component to address in our zoning ordinance. There's been lots of talk about industrial wind turbines and solar and the conversion of farmland to those, or the conversion of farmland to single family housing or subdivisions. I agree with the sentiment that was expressed so much today that we live here for a reason. I do not want to live in Woodbury or anything that resembles Woodbury. And if there's any lake people here who happen to live in Woodbury, I apologize. It's a perfectly nice place. I just don't want to live there. I did live there once. I don't want to do it again. So I think as a county, what you do in any setting, county government, town government, village, city, businesses, is the first thing you do is set goals. So what are our goals as a county? We haven't done that for a long time. Let's set some goals and then wrap our ordinances around those goals. Clearly, one of the goals is to protect the water. Clearly. And that's a huge, important goal that we should strive to achieve, however this shakes out. But I hope, Mr. Chairman, that at the end of today, you'll ask Dean, the chair of the county board, that at the next board meeting or one of the upcoming board meetings, that we go into committee of the whole, that we have a broader discussion about where we want to go as a county not just on these, the diverging paths that are possible on the shoreland ordinance, but on all of our ordinances. You want me to take some questions or?
Oh, yes. You can't get off that easy. So you did, well, definitely. The one we had proposed, a lot of the definitions were taken out, and we had a lot of meetings just on definitions. Because they were, well, Mr. Nelson did show up. A lot of it, there's too much discretion to the zoning administrator, they thought, in this. Which they might ask some questions too.
I thought there was a party here, Cam. I didn't show up for anything else.
I know. But I mean, we went through a lot on that, but like you said, it's another way to look. I've marked the heck out of it too, what everybody thinks or doesn't think. I know all of us maybe have some more questions too. But like you said, I think we should move it to a committee of the whole, to see what directions. Same as with the data center moratorium. I mean, to move some of this forward so we know where to go, that we don't do the work for nothing. You know, and end up throwing everything away and starting over all the time.
I agree. Just so quickly on the definitions, the reason a lot of them are probably not in there. I use the definitions that came, generally speaking, straight from the model ordinance.
Sure.
Because we don't have 25 pages of zoning district stuff, you're gonna have far fewer.
We'll have fewer, but retaining wall, outlots, all that stuff. I mean, that was a big discussion that we had. And then the other thing is, you only took the 7 towns. How about all the other towns that want those districts in there, and they want that? How about the other half of the, out of them?
Awesome. They can have it through the general zoning ordinance.
Okay.
No problem. I mean, if the board wants to keep those, that's the place for it.
Well, but I mean, they wanted, we have that many towns zoned that are county zoned.
Yep.
Well, that's why they wanted to be zoned. They want these districts, they want that protection.
And the place for it is, you're in the exact right place, the general zoning ordinance, because it applies to those towns and not the towns that have chosen to be unzoned.
But it could still be as an overlay, the shoreline is an overlay, like we have now, where 4 of the towns are exempt because they have their own.
But adding zoning districts in, this is zoning districts in the shoreland zoning. What does that have to do with keeping lakes safe? Other than, because a lot of those districts don't have anything to do with shoreland.
But that's why the 300 feet we did with the residential around the lakes. But I mean, that's why the towns themselves do the zoning. You know what I'm saying?
But I think the bigger issue for me is, and just a hair more background, when those first went in, I called Malia, the corporation counsel at the time, and I said, hey, you got a bunch of illegal stuff in your ordinance. At the time I was working for Sharon. She was on the town board of Falls. And I said, I think you should delete it. She said, well, we just put it in. We don't want to delete it. So how about we exclude these towns? To which I said, I don't care. I have, at the time, that's my job as a lawyer. I had a job to represent the town of St. Croix Falls and say, so long as it doesn't apply and screw up the town of St. Croix Falls, I don't care. From a policy perspective, it has always been illegal. Those provisions in the ordinance are illegal. And keeping them in.
Which provisions are illegal?
The entirety of zoning districts. You cannot have zoning districts in your shoreland ordinance.
Where does it say that? I would like to look that up.
It is 59,692 sets forth exactly what you can have in an ordinance, in a shoreland ordinance. And having zoning districts that regulate those areas that are to be in comprehensive town general zoning ordinances may not be in a shoreland ordinance. It is very clear to me, and I know Joe maybe slightly disagrees with how much I believe that, but respectfully, it's not just me. You have Anders Hellquist, who's one of the most respected land use lawyers in northwestern Wisconsin, saying the same thing. Larry Konopacki, who has written basically all of the laws that we're working with, represents towns, represents counties, has done this work his entire career, came to you guys and said, it's illegal. Can't have zoning districts in your shoreline ordinance. So here's the point. Why do something that puts you in jeopardy and is even potentially illegal, maybe illegal, when you can accomplish the same dang thing through the general zoning ordinance, and we know it's perfectly legal there. It accomplishes exactly the same thing, and we don't have a question of whether it's legal. And we don't have a question of whether it applies to unzoned towns. And I hear when you say, well, there's an exclusion for these 4 zone towns. There's not an exclusion, at least I haven't seen it, for the unzoned towns. They've made a policy decision in their town, whether you agree with it or not, that they don't want zoning. So you have to respect that, and the law requires that we respect that.
Okay, it also says that what we put in the shoreline, the towns don't have a say. That's kind of a terrible thing, way to put it, isn't it? You can't opt in or out. Is that correct?
I generally think that towns being opted in and out of a shoreland ordinance is not real workable. And so, well, it's this exclusion that we come up with.
Yeah.
I like, but is it totally legally defensible?
Well,
I don't think so.
They can't opt in or opt out. Right. You know, it's like the state saying something that we can't do. That's what I'm looking to.
That right there is why you don't do the general zoning through your shoreline ordinance.
Okay.
You do it through the general zoning ordinance, and then you don't have that issue. And that's why the model ordinance that the DNR, which is charged with protecting our lakes and rivers, that's their job. They're legally charged with it through the statute to protect the lakes and rivers, to implement the shoreline zoning statute, does not have zoning districts in the model ordinance. It has the things that are required to protect water.
On a limited basis. So we can put the DNR. Okay, go ahead.
So
Pam, you
I
can
just
ask-
have I got a couple comments or questions. So basically, overall, when you say bring this forward to the committee of the whole and decide what we want to do as a county. So basically, you would rather eliminate all committee structure. At the end of the day, so I don't like how Gen Government is doing their job. So really, I think they should, everything they want to do should come to the committee of the whole. Same with HHS would come to the committee of the whole. So then we can decide as a group what we should do as a county. I thought that was the point of committee structure. Every single, as you are here, every single county board member has the opportunity as well as somewhat of a responsibility to attend committee meetings and talk to the committee members in order to work through a committee structure, in order to, in essence, to try to get the work done. But what I'm hearing is that, no, we should go to the committee of the whole. So then we, as a larger group, try to come up with an idea, even though you had just said yourself, many people maybe in this room haven't even read all the 180 some pages, but we're going to assume that the county board has read all 180 pages. So but I just want to make that clear that you're basically, when it comes to things that you're in disagreement in with, at least you would like to get rid of the committee structure.
Totally false.
Okay.
Not at all. I like the committee structure.
Okay.
I think this committee generally does a really nice job. What I do think, and what I've always recommended, even when I'm working with planning commissions at local governments, is let's get some general direction from the full board, because it's really hard to do what you guys have done for a year and a half, send a resolution to the board, and then have it fail, have to start over. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to get some input on which path to go down from the full board. And then how you color that portrait in after we have some direction from the full board is fully something that the committee ought to continue to handle. And that's the whole point, is which direction should we go down? And the reason I mean, frankly, you have a lot of town chairmen on the county board who I think are not going to be impressed with the idea of trying to pass an ordinance that a lot of towns have said they oppose. Just from a political perspective, I've watched that movie many times. If you have towns opposing things, it's a problem politically for other members. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get to the committee of the whole and they all say, I'm fine with it. Let's move forward. So be it. I'm happy to be wrong, but I do think that it is time, after a year and a half of kind of spinning our wheels, to get some input from the full board. Jeez. Were you trying to throw the pen at me, Doug?
So did that me, because I let you talk too long.
I guess I'm having trouble understanding where you keep saying we need direction. We worked on this a year and a half, and we're gonna go to the board and just like that, we're gonna come with a direction. You know, if we go into the committee of the whole and just, I'm having trouble understanding how that would even happen in 10 nights as opposed to one.
Well, I think at a committee of the whole, you would be able to have that discussion with the full board of, hey, generally the differences between the ordinance, again, I said, there's a bunch of smaller type differences, but the big difference between the two is no zoning districts. So you have one with zoning districts that the towns have said, we don't like that, and if you pass it, we're gonna litigate that. And one without zoning districts that the town has said, we like that, pass that. So what I'd like to hear from the board is what the board would want to do. And whether the board thinks that we should go down a different road, and it's not just on this. I think we should set up, I would like for the board to set up what we've done in the past here, some kind of committee to look at our ordinances holistically, to make them work together better, to protect the things we want to protect. And frankly, there's probably a bunch of stuff in our ordinances that we look at today and say, you know what, we've never used that. It doesn't make sense. Let's get that out of the ordinance. I think it's time that we take a holistic look at our ordinances. And I think that kind of direction is best coming from the full board.
I do think it's time. I mean, I'm looking at our priorities. I was here when we first did those, and we haven't redone those. I forget what year even we did that, but I think it's I like the idea of revisiting that and going through that again. And I think we've talked a little bit about it, Mo. And what's a good time to do that? I mean, the process we went through was, I thought, pretty thorough when we put that together. But things have changed since then. That's kind of, it kind of, once you get that updated, then you take that, and that's kind of what we did. Then we did our planning around those priorities. I don't know that they all are relevant anymore at this point, but.
Correct. That's scheduled right now. Those priorities go through 2027. So we're gonna do that in spring of 2027. So this next budget cycle we're currently working on are on those priorities. And then after that budget, we're working to core priorities and strategic plan of where we want to send the county.
And that would be done by the board, the full board. That would make total sense. That would be the full board.
Yep, the full board. Yeah, absolutely. And then when it comes to districts, of course, I spent all that time on the town of St. Croix Falls board. I am not in favor of the districts being in shoreland. I understand some of the thoughts around that. I know some of the unzoned towns were worried about not having any zoning, but now if it's in shoreland, then they get some zoning. That didn't make any sense to me, that why they, if they don't want zoning, they don't want zoning. But and things like Airbnb, all the stuff around Airbnbs just being in shoreland zoning. Well, there's a lot of Airbnbs that are not in shoreland. So, you still need zoning around that too.
They're in the general.
Yeah, but in two places. They're in two places.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
And the only reason they're in two places is because some of the unzoned towns wanted regulations around Airbnb's zoning. But I go back to when I look at the model ordinance, everything in our ordinance should be totally focused on shoreland, period, shoreland. And if it's not focused on shoreland, it should be out of there. But
Just for clarity, there's 8 towns.
Yep.
4 zoned and 4 unzoned.
Oh, did I say 7? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
And then Chair, I just want to make sure it is a public hearing, so other people have an opportunity to speak as well, just so we don't move on without other people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna vacate as soon as he tells me to.
So then do you think, on that comment, Sharon, do you think we should then remove bunkhouses from shoreland as well? Because, you know, if we're worried about VRBOs, bunkhouses maybe should be removed as well.
Good question. Well, bunkhouses are mainly on shoreland, aren't they?
Yep. But they are extra occupants that put pressure on the lake, which is why,
Yeah.
which is,
It
my
should be
idea
in-
was
should
the
be in
same
shoreline.
argument was, but that's, in my idea was the same argument about VRBOs because it was extra occupancy that puts pressure on the lake. And I'm just saying that was just my thought process on this.
So if VRBO stuff is removed from shoreland and it's back in general, then it doesn't apply at all to shoreland?
If VRB, correct.
In the
VR
unzoned and the zone.
In the unzoned.
In the
right,
unzoned,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Well,
I don't know, I'm just, you know.
yeah. The DNR didn't seem to think it was important because it's not in the model ordinance.
Right, and the DNR doesn't mention bunkhouses either.
Go ahead, yes.
It's questions for them. As long as I've been on as a supervisor, where has the trouble come? It's come from tourist rooming houses on the lake.
Yeah.
I haven't had one call since I've been on here in 11 years from one in the country.
Yep.
Because it's not a problem.
Yeah.
They make noise, a dog runs off, whatever.
Yeah.
But we've had call after call after call on the lakes.
Some of
That's
them
why I
came from
think we
me.
need regulation. It bothers everybody. I
Yeah.
have calls this week.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, how come we can't just shove them aside and you put them in general or not?
And, but if it's, to me, if it's directly related to the lake quality, then it should be in there. Because I was more concerned about the districts, because I agree, tourist rooming houses are, if they truly are worried about lake quality, there would be no tourist rooming houses on lakes because it increases all the usage on lakes. That's my thoughts. But, so if it's related to keeping lake quality good, it should be in shoreline zoning. If it's not related, it shouldn't be. And districts, I don't think should be in shoreline zoning.
Unless the town wants it, because the town can do their own zoning. So they can
Yeah.
have their own districts there.
Yeah.
The town can do their own zoning.
Yes.
Correct. So, but the other fact, that goes back to 281, doesn't it, is where you have to justify what's in there for protection. Is that not, I think you have that in yours here too. I just marked it, but 281 is the statute
31.
to decide that. Is that correct?
I think it's fair to, yes, that is correct. And I think it's fair to say that I don't think 281 supports having zoning districts. I don't think it supports regulating VRBOs through the shoreline ordinance. I suspect Joe and I slightly differ on this, but I feel like there's a way to do exactly what the committee wants to do on VRBOs without having zoning districts that encroach into town zoning and put the county at legal risk of being sued. I was at a county board meeting last month where I agreed to cut about half of a resolution out that I had prepared on the off chance that some of that language might result in a lawsuit against the county. Why in the world, when we have towns saying we're going to litigate against you if you keep this up, why in the world would we do that? Risk having that litigation instead of just doing it through the general zoning ordinance where we know it's legal. It just makes no sense to me.
Well, if we can prove it in 281, like it says, the towns can't say yes or no. But it says the town can enact their own, more restrictive also in shoreline.
Yes.
So you could have more restrictive and then that would supersede the county or the whatever's in the county. So
Sure.
not, okay.
Sure. Towns can zone and be unzoned. That's up to them. I mean, that was a little odd. They'd have to get those that are under the county ordinance. There's a process to get it out, but
To get out.
theoretically, towns can zone.
But the towns set their own districts, do they not?
Yes.
Towns, yeah, of course.
Okay, so if they want a district, I mean, obviously, they don't want to put an industrial district on a shoreline or in shoreline if they want.
Right.
So didn't we do that, what, 2018? You know, all the towns kind of do that. That's where some of the fights came in St. Croix because they didn't come in and rezone their stuff. Along the highway.
They had their zoning and they didn't want to change it to county zoning because they were doing their own zoning.
Yes.
So
And that's
a
what the
piece of
exemption
property
came.
would have was town zoning A, and over here in the county, it would be zoning B.
Yeah.
So people were
confused.
Yep.
Not only confused, there was literally places in the town where it said, this is the use you can have here.
Yeah.
In the county ordinance, and then the town ordinance says, no, these are the uses you can have here. And so they couldn't do anything.
They were matched up.
And that's one of the big reasons why you don't do general zoning districts through a shoreline ordinance.
So if I heard you correctly, Mr. Jarko, did you say that you believe that there was a way to regulate the VRBOs without infringing on town? Did you say that?
Sure.
So I'm just curious then, but you didn't include that in your draft.
Well, it wouldn't go in a shoreline ordinance. I'm specifically saying it can't. go
Okay,
in a
but
shoreline.
so where it would go, where would that go?
So the first place that I would suggest that it has to go is in the general zoning ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And are you saying, hey, we want to regulate tourist rooming houses
On lakes,
in Georgetown,
on lakes.
unzoned?
Just on, I think that like for Doug's point, I think the desire was to regulate tourist rooming houses on lakes. I think per Doug's point, I think that was where we were going. So, and I felt like you said that there was a way to do that.
And I think there is.
So what is,
I think there's a number of different ways that the county could approach it without using the shoreland ordinance.
So
you can do a license ordinance that would likely be feasible across the county.
a license ordinance?
Correct.
Please explain.
There's lots of things that are licensed that are non-zoning. The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision about 10 years ago, the Wisconsin Supreme Court, 15 years ago, said license ordinances, this case was related specifically to frac sand, are perfectly legal. It was a town case, but I think it has equal application in the county. So you could do it that way.
So you're saying then even if the town does not have any zoning, per licensing, you could regulate on that license the VRBOs wherever they are in Polk County.
I believe you could, yes. I think you could probably do it that way. I think you could probably, in your general zoning ordinance, you'd probably do some overlay work that would get to the same place.
Without infringing on town right?
Well, so you're asking me what they can legally do?
Yep.
I think that probably they can legally do. Am I saying that from a policy perspective, I would support that? No. But can they legally do it is a different matter. There's two different things. What's legal and what's good policy. I think an overlay is bad policy. I could probably live with a license ordinance done the right way that applies across the county.
But an overlay would be legal in your opinion.
I think it probably would be.
Okay. Thank you.
Shoreline's an overlay district itself. Yeah. The shoreline is an overlay. How would you do a licensing one?
They're already licensed.
They're already licensed or said they're
Well,
licensed, or if they don't.
expand that. You expand how those rules work, right? And so what you're trying to do
What would
is
force
take
them
that
to come-
license that you have and add some rules to it.
Well, we have that, but I mean, how would they come in? If you're in Georgetown, there's no zoning. You would just rent your house out.
No.
Well,
Where the license ordinance that applied,
what would force them to come in if there's no zoning?
The
They're gonna
license-
assume no zoning.
so you're conflating two different things.
Yep,
Zoning is different from licensing.
correct.
So if you have a license ordinance that applies countywide regardless of zoning, can you give me an example of a license ordinance we have in the county? I know we have some.
Liquor license?
No, not in the county.
Large assembly permits.
There we go. Does that apply in the town of St. Croix Falls?
Within the town, yes.
What was it? I didn't hear what.
A large assembly.
Oh, yeah,
incorporated in
large
the new-
assembly. Okay.
The new.
Right? Same kind of deal. Same, very similar.
So that applies in all the towns, whether they're unzoned, zoned, county zone. Okay.
So should we do that with bunkhouses then as well? Since they're an additional residence on the lake? Just curious.
Was that a question for me?
It's kind of, sure,
But they're not licensed, they're permitted, so then it's different.
It's a permit.
but maybe they should be licensed.
They permitted by the DNR.
So on the bunkhouse, you'll notice that I left those in. I pulled off the regulations that we have, not because I care one way about the regulations. I mean, I do, but I just wanted to make sure there was a placeholder that we had that discussion about bunkhouses and didn't forget it. I think the reason that we have to have it somewhere is because people do use bunkhouses. And I think from a policy perspective as a board, the board's made that decision that we're fine with them with these regulations. Whether that appears in the general zoning ordinance or the shoreland ordinance, I'm indifferent, so long as we don't prohibit people from doing it one way or the other.
So you do have a feeling though about bunkhouses though, very strongly. I mean, under section 42-304 and setbacks, you put bunkhouses shall not be prohibited by the Shoreline Protection Ordinance or any other ordinance adopted by Polk County, Wisconsin. That's in your draft.
That's because that's the current law in Polk County. They're not prohibited.
But that language is not set up that way.
And I just said that. I said I put it in there as a placeholder, so that we wouldn't forget to deal with bunkhouses one way or the other.
Is, I think that's the section that you would then want to determine meets the purpose and intent of the shoreline ordinance in 281.
Yeah, that it could be. Okay. All right. Anyone else here? Are you here to speak on this?
Yeah, I would, but other people are here before me.
Okay, who wants to, you can come up and speak if you want, say your name.
Why don't I just get started, because I'm gonna get out of here eventually.
Just state your name.
My name is Alex Kravich. I'm a resident here of Polk County. We have a place on Bone Lake, been coming up to the lake since I was about 12 years old. So I'm getting close to 80 these days. So it's been a while. Anyway, my first question is, as I'm listening to the presentation made, why are we reinventing the wheel here? I thought that we have a shoreline ordinance in place that has been submitted to DNR for approval. Why are we trying to take and dilute that all? That makes no sense to me. So speaking as a resident, I would say I would be against the proposed amendment. I'm also on the board of the Bone Lake Management District, and the district's position is that we do have a shoreline ordinance in place. We should continue on with that. And we do stand up against the proposed amendment to that. Thank you.
Yes.
Morning, I'm Karen Engelbretson. I am the commissioner on the Bone Lake Management District. My family has owned property on Bone Lake since 1909. I've been responsible for it since the mid-90s. The Bone Lake Board and I personally fully support the Polk County Shoreland Protection Ordinance, and that the departments have worked diligently to prepare this version of the ordinance, and it's expected to be certified by Wisconsin DNR, and it includes many years of public comment. Adopting a random ordinance submitted by one individual, by the petition of one individual, does not represent the public interest, and it ignores and even insults the process. That random ordinance is silent on tourist rooming houses, which is a concern of 75% of Bone Lake property owners in a recent survey. It's weak on protections in the 35-foot setback area, which is the most critical area around our lakes. That area needs to be protected to protect our water quality. It holds a mere 33 definitions versus the 97 that are in our current ordinance. And we all know how important those definitions are when it comes to enforcing the ordinances. It specifically states bunkhouses may not be prohibited by any Polk County ordinance. It is silent on bunkhouses that effectively double the development on lakeshore lots. And his ordinance is silent on sanitary systems. Our Polk County Protection Ordinance states that sanitary systems must be sized for the total number of bedrooms on a lot, including a bunkhouse bedrooms. And Jark House does not do that. Local businesses survive and thrive on the commerce created by recreation on Polk County Lake. And it's imperative that clean, safe lakes support that recreation. And the Shoreland Ordinance helps us do that. Polk County schools, towns, and the county itself receives significant revenue from the values of lakeshore property. And the Shoreland Ordinance helps protect the lakes to maintain those values. The land disturbance changes are particularly allowable land disturbance in the 35-foot setback area is particularly of a concern to Bone Lake Management District. As we have just written our next 10-year comprehensive management plan, where we want to continue to lower the phosphorus in Bone Lake so the water is clear, so that it supports wildlife and fisheries and all the recreation that goes on it. Everyone wants to enjoy clean water, good fishing, safe boating, natural beauty, and healthy wildlife, except for that one person who presented this revision to the ordinance. And I believe we're better than that.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, come on up.
Good afternoon. Are you leaving, Doug?
I gotta get the right stuff. Yeah.
I was gonna include you in my discussion. You got 2 seconds?
Oh, sure.
Because it goes back to our history. So my name's Chris Nelson. I'm from Middletown Township. I was coming here just to listen today and I got held up a little bit, but I really wasn't going to say anything. But when I hear supervisors talk about bunkhouses and how they bring it's harder on the lakes. This is where I was sitting here thinking about Doug and I and Supervisor Olson when we sent our Citizen Advisory Committee, and lake districts were involved in that back 15 years ago. When we developed this whole ordinance, we spent 2 years, maybe even more than that, with county planners and everything. And one of the reasons bunkhouses got expanded and put in the ordinance, because people were living in their garages already and doing these additions, and they weren't following UDC code. And we knew people were getting a garage permit, calling it accessory structure. And next thing you know, we got people living in them. And so zoning administrator brought that to that committee. We talked about it. We had Lake District people talking. I remember a certain gentleman from Pipe Lake was on our district or on our committee for years. And we had DNRP, we had everyone come in here. And what we were doing back then, and we're only talking 15 years ago, the reason we took bunkhouses is what we did is, Supervisor Garvey, is that we were trying to encourage people from building their houses bigger at 75 feet from the lake. And we did a lot of discussion. We talked about it for months, just not a couple little comments and then we have an opinion. We worked on this very hard. And the reason we pushed that was the UDC issue, because now we're going to make people get permits and let's do it the right way. But the biggest issue is that we were trying to encourage people, like, if you want to add 1,000 square feet to your house, because all you're looking for is a bedroom and a bathroom, why not put it over your garage? You already got impervious surface for your garage. So absolutely exactly what you said today was exactly why it wasn't what you said, that we were trying to develop bunkhouses to give people opportunity to make the water quality better, because most garages are back by the roads. They're 100, 200 feet back. And so I just want to make sure that the record gets set here and that you hear it from people that were here developing those languages, that you're the only one I've ever heard say bunkhouses cause harm to the lakes, because there's already a garage there. Why not put that impervious surface where there's already more? And I can tell you, I'm in the building business and I'm at the end of my career, but I can tell you what, you start taking away things like that, the houses are already huge, right? We have people moving to Polk County that have unlimited resources now. When I first started in business, we were building cabins still. We are not building cabins anymore. And if you're going to try to like go after some of those issues, I think you just got to learn a little bit more about what's really going on, because tourist rooming houses, from what I hear, I know people have tourist rooming houses. There's less occupancy at the tourist rooming house year round than there was when they had a cabin there and people living there. Bunk houses, you can't rent them. You can't turn them into a dwelling. It's not a separate dwelling on the property. You guys have already said you can't have cooking facilities in there. So you can't call them a second dwelling. They're a bunkhouse. They're for people to sleep. And to me, it's a lake quality issue. I go back to Miss Engelbrecht's in there. I think we all, even as contractors, it's about lake quality. But I agree. And the last comment I'll say is, we spent 1.5 years. I've told you this. I am tired of having to come here and make public comment. When I got off the county board, I never once intended to come back here. I think that it's your job to do it. And as a former supervisor, to feel like this last 2 years has been such a cluster, I've had to come back, and a lot of us had to step into it. And it's very intimidating for a lot of young people to come in and challenge the comments that are being made. But we look at this circle that you guys have made for the last 2 years, and we're back to where there's nothing's changed in the ordinance. We got a few more definitions like I brought up to you, and I'll wait to see whether or not you guys talk about them. But my supervisor knows what my concerns are, and I hope you do. But I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. And for some reason, for people to be picking on tourist rooming houses and picking on bunk houses is just, I'm sorry, you don't know the facts. So I just want to make that clear today. Sometimes you don't always have all the information. And when you say comments like that, they're very concerning, because bunk houses were there for water quality and for safety of families. So that's my comments.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, sir, come on up. Oh,
I'm Roger Owens from the town of Lorraine, and my comment is Lorraine got out of county zoning because we didn't like Big Brother telling us what to do. And I understand shoreline zoning needs to protect the water and stuff, but I think, as Adam said, you need to separate general zoning and shoreline zoning. Don't try and force general zoning onto the towns that don't want zoning because it's shoreland. We've got our own ways of doing things. And another thing to consider is the town of Lorraine is not the town of Garfield or Osceola. There's a lot of difference between the northern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep.
Terry Bryan, Chairman for the Town of Apple River. I think what I had been listening to for the last hour or so, I thought I heard some aha moments with the understanding that a shoreland ordinance has its limitations, while general has its uses as well. The two tools do not work together. They overlay each other, as you just said. Segregate, overlay, proper use of those tools is what I'm advocating for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Anyone else? Adam, any rebuttal? Cheers. You're good. All right. Nothing else we can. It's the public hearing on that draft. All right, before we discuss that, we were gonna do the number 12.
Did you want, okay, so that.
Let's move number 12 up and,
Okay.
and do that to move that for the people that have been waiting for that one.
You had said it would be number 10, Chair, but if we're gonna move it up, let's move it up to number 8 then.
Oh, I said that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I did too. I did the same.
Too far.
That's okay.
I
If
got
we need
so
to
many
make a motion to move it up to 8, I'm good with that.
No,
You can't?
you need to.
I don't need to. Okay.
It says in any order. It gives me that.
Perfect. Gives you that discretion.
I got too much discretion, I guess, sometimes.
So there are a fair amount of people, I think, upstairs
Yes,
for this discussion, so
yes.
they can hear it from up there as well.
Okay, good. So on that, we need discussion. Are we gonna move it on? Because we had quite a few people talking. It was all for public comment, and which we have the stack of papers from. And maybe have to talk to Ross, but I mean, if we want to move this forward to the full board, I could ask Russ if they want that discussion in a committee of the whole also. To enact that. You think, Joe, that would be the way to discuss it at the board level, or should we just move it forward to the board for discussion?
You can
You can make a motion here.
do anything really that you would like. You can have a discussion amongst yourselves about what you like about the resolution, don't like about the resolution. Talk about the topic if you would like to. If you want to send it on to the board with no recommendation, you can certainly do that without further discussion as well. I mean, there's lots of options. I don't have a particular recommendation on what you do.
Okay.
It's kind of up to whatever the committee would like to.
How about for the committee members? Do you think there'll be a lot of discussion on it? That we should have it at the committee of the whole, or leave it by itself?
I
What,
personally would like to see this committee make a decision and then recommend it up to, and then it can go, it would not go to the consent agenda, it would go to the regular agenda, and they can always open it for discussion on the regular agenda.
but not have a committee, the whole discussion.
I don't know why,
That we
why
don't-
we would need that if we always have discussions on resolutions, as long as it's not on the consent agenda. Am I misunderstanding the
Can't get the
process?
consent agenda off. They have.
The full board can always open a topic
Discussion,
up to
yeah.
a committee of the whole as well. So
Right,
it's more loose.
exactly.
If the board wants.
Right.
So
That makes sense to me.
Right. So I would just like to make a comment about this, is that I just would like everyone that, and that includes people that spoke, people that sent emails and whatnot, that, and please correct me, Corp Counsel, if I'm incorrect, but even reading it, that even if we pass this moratorium at the committee level and then goes to the board member, it will only cover districts that are under county zoning.
that is correct.
That is correct. So therefore, the villages, the town, the cities, thank you, and any unzoned or towns that have their own zoning would not fall under this.
Right.
That is correct.
The 8 towns, the 4 towns with their own zoning, the 4 towns that have no zoning or have opted out of zoning, and all of the cities and villages
Right.
would not be covered by this moratorium. If they want to pass a moratorium, they have to
Absolutely.
do that on
Right,
their own.
they have their own rights. I just wanted to kind of make it clear, especially for those that are listening, just so they understand that even if we pass this, it only covers those that are the townships that are listed in this, in county zoning. Thank you, Sharon.
Correct, because it is a zoning ordinance.
Correct.
I'm not aware of a mechanism the county would be able to implement that would apply across the county. There may be one, I'm not aware of one.
Right. I think it's important considering all the feedback we had that people do understand that this is at the current point, this is our limitation to do this. If
And that is in the resolution.
it isn't, I know, I realize it's in the resolution. Sometimes it's nice to
stated.
say it.
Yes,
That's all.
it is. Good.
But those 8 towns could take the same resolution and pass it themselves, copy it. and pass
Could be
it.
unzoned.
Towns have their own laws that apply to them, so they should consult with their city attorneys, but there are mechanisms by
Right.
which smaller
Yep.
municipalities can enforce similar types of things. Yes.
That being said, I would like to make a motion that we approve this temporary moratorium as it's written, or approve resolution 2926.
I'll second.
And move it to the.
And then move
it forward to the board.
Yes, yes, right,
With the recommendation.
with the recommendation. So yes, it would have to go to the full county board. So yes,
I'll second that.
So you can do it with recommendation.
yes.
Well, anything else then? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so that one will move forward. Will that get on the next board meeting? It will make. it.
Okay.
Yes, okay. That one
August,
will.
August 18th.
No, July.
July.
It'll be on the
Oh,
July.
July.
It'll be on the
Oh.
July.
July 21st, will be next
Okay.
Tuesday.
The agenda for that will be going out tomorrow. So
Okay.
yes,
So it
I
does make it.
I didn't know if it would make it because I figured they were tight.
All right, so that will make it to there. So we'll probably have some
Right.
public comments then.
I'm already wishing.
And
I was over.
there's been no application or. call.
No, there hasn't been any applications.
Just so that's clear.
Yes, sir.
That's a good point to make.
Yeah.
You are.
So this will not protect Polk County as a whole.
No,
Just-
This won't protect the county's water quality or lake quality or anything because of the standout towns. Is that correct?
It's in the, if you read the resolution, it's, what is it, the second whereas is all the exemptions that are not included.
The 8 towns that have elected to either do town zoning or to be unzoned will not fall under this moratorium. That's correct.
And then city and villages, we
Right.
we do not.
Because we don't have
that. They have
jurisdiction.
their own.
Arm of county government doesn't reach into the incorporated areas of the
Yeah.
county.
So,
Sorry.
all right, so that'll move on to this. Okay,
We'll move on to the county board.
all right. Now we'll go back up to number 8. Discussion regarding shoreline options. What are we thinking?
I think the committee last meeting asked me to reach out to Oneida County and inquire about the ordinance that they currently have in place. I did have an opportunity to speak with the Corporation Council from Oneida. They are in the process of modifying their ordinance. They, I think, are on year 4 of changing it. Apparently a lot of back and forth with the DNR. But in speaking with their corporation counsel, it sounds as though they haven't, there was no litigation that prompted a change. There was no real issue that he's aware of that led to any problem with the ordinance as they have it drafted. There were no challenges that said, or court orders that said, no, you can't apply this here. You can't do what we talked about, which is the language that says, hey, we're going to pull everything out, put it in the general, and then apply it
within the shoreland to the extent that it's allowed to be applied. As I think was pointed out last time, it can create discretionary issues where the zoning administrator has to then make educated decisions about what is and isn't going to apply. But again, as it was applied in Oneida, they didn't necessarily have any challenges, and if they did have challenges, they weren't successful. So the ordinance itself didn't have a problem. The change that they're going through is similar to what is kind of going on here, which is a political disagreement about how it should be structured, and what should be regulated, what shouldn't be regulated. And so they're changing it based upon a change in their political opinion. That's how it was portrayed to me. So they are changing it, but it's not necessarily because there was anything legally wrong with it. It was because they want to change it. So they're going to.
Did they say what changes for the down?
They are going towards the model ordinance. That's what they're going.
Okay.
They're moving a lot of the restrictions that are in their current ordinance. And I spoke with Winnebago County as well. They are doing the same thing, or did the same thing. Actually, they passed, I think, last October, the model ordinance. Again, a lot of the towns said, hey, we have our own zoning. We don't want you to be zoning here. The political will of that particular county led to a change. That doesn't mean that that's the right thing for Polk County, but that's what happened in Winnebago.
So those two, all right.
That has not been implemented yet. There a lot of political issues with it, but some of the towns are asking for more time to be able to get some of their regulations in. Because unlike Polk County, where we have not that many towns that have their own zoning, there are a lot more in Winnebago County, and not all of them had shoreland ordinances that they would want to apply at the time that the county said, okay, we're backing out. Polk County is a little bit different. I believe most of the towns have most of what they would want in place because of the way we've had it structured for so many years, where they were exempt from certain restrictions within our. So those are the two counties I spoke with. There's lots of options for the committee and the board to avail themselves of for a shoreland ordinance. Obviously, that's the conversations I had.
Do they know if any of those towns had their own shoreline ordinance themselves that was more restrictive? Like it says in 692 that a town could have their own shoreline. If it's more, they could be more restrictive.
They can be more restrictive if that was in place prior to the county shoreland ordinance, but if it town cannot be more restrictive than the county on something that the county is regulating within the town. So if we have a regulation within shoreland, it's kind of the same as the county can't be more restrictive on something that the state has said, this is what the baseline is. We can't be more restrictive than the state says.
Set 75 foot, set
just kind of cascades down unless the town has an ordinance that was in place prior to us.
Okay.
But nothing stops, if you were to adopt a model ordinance, nothing stops the town from going and putting all of those regulations. You know, they have to decide whether that's legal for them to do or not. That's their decision making, but nothing stops them from putting those same restrictions in place within those towns. They would have the ability to do that.
Because of their own, so
depending on what they can
they
and
would
can't
have their own
do.
district under the under shoreline. They did.
Right.
But that would just apply to the towns that do their own zoning. The unzoned towns would still just rely on county zoning. County shoreline, yeah. As soon as I said that, I realized.
See it, yeah, okay.
So I was thinking that when you were gonna talk to Oneida, it was about language that they use for an overlay.
So what I talked to Oneida about was the fact that they have fewer restrictions within their shoreland ordinance, but then they have that catch-all provision that says anything that applies, anything from our general zoning that can apply, that relates to the lakes under 28131, applies within the shoreland area regardless of whether they have their own zoning, don't have any zoning, etc. They have that provision. What I inquired of was, have you had challenges to that, and what did that look like? Their answer is, if we did have challenges, no one has been successful in challenging it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, yeah, you kind of said that, but I was just kind of getting back to.
But you also just said, sorry, they're removing that from their ordinance right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Their county board is exploring moving towards the model ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, because that, there'd be a lot of discretion in there, wouldn't it?
Would require the.
No, but I mean that 281, if you could decide what's in the general, you could pick anything out and throw somebody under the bus. I mean, that's pretty scary. I mean, that's where we did definitions and things, so that wouldn't happen, is what we're shooting for, I think.
Right.
As the committee, I mean, that seems pretty wild. All right. All right, so what else are we gonna do here? Are we gonna move it to the board for some options, or we're gonna go to number 9? Have some options here or whatever. What options do we want to present, or do we wanna, we're gonna move number 9 up? Now, this is knowing that none of these have been to the DNR yet, have they?
Correct.
From zoning, that
Nothing after it's been amended, no. We sent that first
reading.
one that they gave the comments back on, but no. Well, we send them to them, but they're not reviewing them until we're.
Not reviewing until
it's approved at the board.
So I don't know where it's appropriate to discuss this, whether we want to wait till on our current one, I did have some comments that came back that they would like further vetted. I don't know, again, if we should discuss it now or wait till we actually get to the actual resolution. You tell me, Kim.
Well, I'm thinking with the options, what do we want to do? We want to discuss that? And then move something around, or?
Well, those two things, they're almost kind of the same.
They're almost intertwined. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Because do we want to discuss this one now, and then that could either move or not, or it be another meeting, or what? So I'm looking, I guess.
Discuss the current resolution, the 0826, is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You said you had some other changes that they might want.
Yes.
Because now the last public hearing, we only had 2 comments on the amendments. Was that not correct? It was a boathouse and something else. Isn't it page 100 on our last one?
Right, well, and I've got the copy of the summary of
The
impactful changes.
And so, well, let's go over it then.
Okay. So one of the quick comments and the questions would have been 42-302 setbacks under walkways. Landings are only allowed on walkways when they are needed for directional changes on steep slopes. The concern was the definition of steep. So, or either A, do we remove the word steep, or B, do we put a slope number, like steep is 15%. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not good at saying what that number should be, but do we need a number that says greater than 10%, greater than 15? Or do we remove the word steep and just say directional changes on slopes? That was the concern, and I think that was a valid concern.
I would agree. It's a lot easier to prosecute something if it says, I don't know grades, but if it says 15% grade, and then I have an expert come in and say, well, this is a 20% grade, therefore they can have it. Or it's a 10% grade, therefore they can't. That's a lot easier for me than a judge saying, well, what does steep mean?
Right.
Steep is whatever you say it is.
And that concern was brought forward, and I thought it was a valid concern. So again, either we remove the word steep and just say directional changes on slopes, so we're okay with directional changes on slopes, or we want to define how steep is steep.
I would err on the side of picking a percentage again, as the prosecutor of those sorts of things, arguably everything's a slope, right? The likelihood that anything is
yeah.
perfectly flat is low.
Yeah,
Land and water, what's steep?
right on the spot, Eric. There you go.
No, it's coming, Jeff. So for erosion, what do we use? 12%?
It depends on slope length. It depends on
Yes,
soil
a
type.
lot of it, because a ditch could have,
Obviously steepness, so. Man, I can't give you a number. It depends on a variety of site conditions.
Right.
That's. And variable.
but they, most of the short distances, they're gonna be 10 or 12. A 10% is 10 and 100. Most of them are steeper than that. So I mean, they would need direction, I guess, for walking, wouldn't you think?
Permitting required.
20% would be consistent with a
That's waste.
site and, you know, or erosion control.
That's almost the max. That's when that permitting kicks in. When does, like 12% kicks in a lot, doesn't it too? Isn't there some at 12?
For filling and grading, you're saying?
Yeah, for that.
Yeah, there's a sliding scale of flat. If there's over 2,000 square feet disturbed on flat, or up to 12% is filling and grading, and then 1,000 square feet between 12 and 20, and then anything over 20.
But say like going down to the lake, I mean, a 12% slope. And then greater, there's a lot of them are greater.
Yeah, I think
12% would make a landing, but do we know if ADA has anything for that? I mean, what if they have to ramp it or something? What would be that percent? Do we know that?
I don't offhand.
How about your UDC code? Do you know that? Good.
Yeah.
What is it? What percent?
Ramps, 1 to 10. So if you do an ADA ramp, you can't have more than a 1-inch slope in 10 inches. But my question, Chair, is really the fact that you turned around and asked me a question now. I'll identify myself as the person that asked the question. I've asked it a couple times. And one of my questions to you is that I'd ask, like, so I looked all through the DNR ordinances. There's nothing that talks about stair steep base. So now we're going to be more restricted than the DNR. DNR does not regulate stairs on steep slopes, right? And again, what I think you heard in public where the questions are is, where did this come from? Because we're going to regulate, I'm just going to refresh everyone's on the public comments. If we're going to regulate, I'm going down a slope here and there's a tree in front of me and I'm considered a steep slope. Right now, the people want to save the tree. I want to go around the tree. Or I want to start the stairway over there and get back over to where my dock is. Some people want to meander through their property to get down to the lake. And so that's why we have landings. And I've just never, in my 30 years, have seen a problem with landings going a different direction. Most people don't want to spend more money on their walkways. They're like, hey, get me down the lake as easy as I can. And I just find it very, it's going to get challenged, and it's one of those things that will get challenged. And steep, to me, it doesn't even matter what steep is, because
you're a landing every 20 feet. You say you're changing grades, all of a sudden you got a deck every 20 feet all the way down.
A deck, it's a landing.
Or a landing.
They're not decks. They're 5 feet by 10 feet. So you can go 5 feet this way.
Piece of
You can turn and hit another landing, go 5 feet down.
Yes.
They're not a deck.
That's honestly, I am to that.
And I heard the comments, yeah, someone could put a chair there. Well, you could put a chair in your yard in that same spot.
Sure.
So again, I'm wondering, why do we have to insert a word that never got brought up by you guys, by staff, by anybody, or by staff only? I don't have any idea why we want to put a word of steep in there.
I think Pam just said she got it from somebody
Wow.
that asked about it. But that's in our
Yeah, it was me
definition.
that asked.
But you want definitions, now you don't. So
So
I
I
mean,
want
that's
a
what we're
definition.
sitting.
If you're gonna put steep in there, give a definition. But my question is, why do you put the word steep in?
So the word steep comes out,
Because where?
10%, put 10%. And that's it.
Then you can't turn your stairs if it's landings.
Why?
Yeah.
If it's less than 10%, you can't turn your stairway. That's what you're saying to the public.
Isn't it each time it's gonna be depending on the actual property itself,
It does.
how they do it?
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
how can you box in.
We'll be sending a lot of people to variances to go say, I want to go around a tree or a rock, or I want to go across the bad spot, or I need to, because people are gonna, there's only so many ways to get to the lake, and if you gotta build stairs, you gotta build a stair, and DNR does not regulate and does not use that word anywhere in their language, and I'm just curious why we have it in our ordinance now, or proposed ordinance. And if you're gonna put it in there, then define it for us. So then I know when we go out, I can tell someone, you got a 20% slope, I cannot change your direction. If you're 45, I can change the direction. Or whatever,
45, you put the trolley in, yeah.
So
All right.
are we making a problem where one doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Just by adding that, by having that language, the landing language.
I think where it came from is how the model ordinance says that walkway, stairway, or rail system that is necessary to provide pedestrian access, and what is necessary. Trying to get more descriptive, as other parts of the ordinance have, to explain to people when they read the ordinance, all right, this is what they're deeming as necessary or not necessary. I agree, it's depends on the property, but as other public comment, they don't want interpretation. But if you leave it at this, it would be interpretation. If you put something in there, it'd be a little less interpretation, but I don't know, the correct way to do it. But I think regardless, leaving it as the model is, there's still interpretation there that may or may not be favorable to
Whoever wants
someone, depending on the site. And then it's just going to become well, what are you deeming as necessary? But I guess that's the point for an appeal or whatever, so.
It's a circle.
So
Yeah.
we should leave it as a model then.
Yes.
All right.
So
The wording would be as a model. As it's needed.
again, Logan, please.
So under exempt structures, walkway, stairway, or rail system, a walkway, stairway, or rail system that is necessary to provide pedestrian access to the shoreline and is a maximum of 60 inches in width. And so that's where we also, the model doesn't talk about landings either. So I mean, we can say that we're going to incorporate it, but it'd be nicer to have it in the ordinance. So it's something in the ordinance saying we allow landings of 50 square feet. And that was discussed with the DNR, that's something that's been approved. But the plain language doesn't address a landing and what size those landings can be. Again, then it would fall back to the zoning department to say, this landing is not necessary for pedestrian access. This landing is. If somebody's, proposing 100 square foot landing on a property, the next one proposing 40 or 50 square foot landing, it's just going to come down to what we deem as necessary, I guess, is the issue with not explaining further, but it can go that way for sure, no problem.
So the model doesn't say anything about landing, so it's not an exempt structure.
No, but they have
the stairs.
Correct, but they have made comments stating that is a landing, is something that they wouldn't say is incorporated with a walkway.
Okay.
The landing walkway.
So it would be something incorporated. All right. So
So-
we just want to limit the size. Or not, they're just keep it
Explaining what,
to make it work.
yeah, if you want something, like I said, or they can just all be what is necessary. Go out there, what are you looking to do? That doesn't seem necessary for the conditions. If you have a perfectly flat lot and you're looking for a 100 square foot landing off your walkway, probably not necessary because you don't need it for
So that's open.
changing slopes or steep slopes,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah,
Or to go around a tree. I mean,
yeah. Or to get it in the viewing corridor or whatever. All right. So what are we thinking? Leave it as the model or add that landings? If the DNR approve that, we should probably, that wouldn't be bad to put in.
if you
You
have the
know that-
model and then add the size of a landing,
Yeah,
that's been already approved by the DNR.
yeah.
I
I think that
One other thing that comes up, I mean, because I know everyone has their experiences with certain codes. Some people say nobody wants to do this. Some people say they do, but we do get people that read it and say, it doesn't say how many landings. So then they want to go landing, 10 feet landing, 10 feet landing. And if you don't want to call them a deck, that's fine, but they're viewing platforms or whatever off the side of their walkway. And there would be does that then take away the necessary part of saying it's not necessary? Or when you say landings of 50 square feet are allowed, does that mean I can have 10 or 5 or 2? I don't, you know.
As necessary.
Back to though, are we trying to legislate for a problem? Does that problem really exist on an extensive basis? Are we trying to legislate a problem that we don't have? I don't know. And that's honestly a question. It's not,
No, I mean, we've had people.
That want to do
several
that.
people asking about that, correct? But I think you could fix it by saying as landings are necessary as well, and then you could deem it where 6 landings on a short stretch isn't necessary for.
And that should be on a plan, on their land use plan. It should be drawn there so you could catch it before it gets going even. So what, just add the 50 square foot landing
As needed.
or whatever.
Necessary, I think was the
Or
word.
necessary, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Was that just a consensus?
I mean,
Yes.
so where would landing be? Like, would it be at the end of that sentence where if a landing is necessary, the maximum
What page are
landing?
you on at the?
Oh, I'm just looking at the models.
Right, I have the model.
Oh,
What page?
page 15,
Walkway.
number 6.
Yep, stairways or rails, a walkway, stairway, rail system. Or so that is necessary to provide pedestrian access to a shoreline that is a maximum of 60 inches in width. This would include landings that are no greater than 50 square feet as needed.
Yeah.
I would say at the end. Sorry, I had to read it out loud to like.
As deemed necessary.
As deemed necessary.
What you said.
As needed. I don't know what you
I
guys
said needed before, but then.
deemed
you said that's
necessary.
Deemed necessary.
So
I guess they use necessarily earlier, and
Yeah.
so maybe we should keep that
Yes.
language consistent.
So this would include landings up to 50 square
Square
feet
feet.
as necessary.
Yes. Yeah.
He walked out. He can't take it anymore.
You seemed okay with that.
Any other concerns from the last one? I mean, there wasn't many comments. The only comment was the boathouse one that we left.
I don't see any need to change any of the language we currently have on boathouses.
So, because we added that.
Only the other question that was brought forward is there a need? And I know it gets difficult. So way back originally, there was questions on setback averaging. We added the diagram. There are still questions about setback averaging when it comes to remodels. I know we cannot remodel based on setback averaging. Is there a good way to even further explain what can and cannot be done? So if I built a house under setback averaging, so it got approved under setback averaging, please correct me because I'm trying to follow this. I built a house 2 years ago under setback averaging. That house is now considered in compliance. So therefore I can add an addition onto that house. That 200 square feet. Yes, because that house is considered compliant.
You can go back or up the sides. I think.
Oh, wait, it's back around the sides, right? Not in front. I understand. But yes, you can do that.
That's in.
Is that's accurate?
It's in Adams also. That's
So that is something that's not explained well in the way it's written. But in my discussions asking the DNR about that, so once you build a new structure with setback averaging, it is a conforming structure.
So it is conforming, so you can do that 200-foot
That's
addition.
only
or
for
whatever.
non-conforming structures. So, but what you would have here is a now conforming setback that you use for your setback average. So
Okay.
say your setback average is 65.
Yep.
That is your conforming setback.
Right.
So if you're gonna add beyond the 75 or 65, sorry, you'd be adding on to your conforming structure beyond that setback that was deemed.
But you
from-
can't add it at 65. It'd have to be back to 75.
No, you can.
You can.
That is your new setback,
Okay.
once you have setback averaging.
Okay.
The problem is where it doesn't make complete sense, and I reached out to other counties on it, and they're doing it the way that this reads and how we have explained, is that you need to build a new place in order for it to be deemed conforming. And that's where some of it's like, why does that make sense? Or
Right.
maybe it doesn't make sense, but that's how it's written
Right.
for a new principal structure. And that's how the people and the other zoning administrators I've talked to, that's how they're administering it. Where if somebody has a non-conforming structure, so it was built at 40 feet, whatever, 50 feet, whatever you want to say, less than 75, they are specifically held to the rules that say this is what you can do to a non-conforming structure.
No matter if the house is around them and they would meet
Correct.
regular setback averaging. So period, they're non-conforming, so you cannot do additions on that unless they're additions at the back of the house at 75 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
But is that not considered a legal
No, it makes no
non-conforming?
sense.
It was
It
built
makes no
legal
sense.
at the time.
Yeah, they,
It's a legal non-conforming.
correct.
Correct, but it's still non-conforming, so
It's still non-conforming.
the way it's reading, you can't add an addition to the side, in essence,
Very case by case.
and it varies too.
Act 55, fix that or do.
Are you asking me?
I'm gonna ask Adam because I thought Act 55 fixed that.
Here's what I would say. I think DNR on that issue, it has a cramped reading that they're taking from NR 115. I think Act 55 did fix that issue.
That's,
And the statute is what we ought to look at. And the statute, I believe, would specifically allow for exactly what you're talking about. So you don't have this weird thing that Logan's talking about where, oh, you have to tear down your house and build a new one. But if you want to have it, then, and just use that house as, you know, that it's a crazy reading of the statute in my opinion.
that's, and I thought that got fixed, that non-conforming
And
stuff.
I don't think if the DNR were challenged on that, or more rightly, a county zoning ordinance were challenged, I don't think DNR is right on that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I thought that fixed it back then because the non-conforming stuff was so crazy back
From
then.
from a county policy perspective, I would think you want to encourage people to fix and repair as opposed to, you know, let's just tear it all down.
Yeah,
That seems like a
200.
crazy policy decision to make, but.
To add 200 square feet, yeah.
Right.
Yes,
I think the issue on the other side of that, and I get that point for sure.
okay.
But then if you have that, both houses are at 40 feet, this one's at 50 feet. Now they put their addition to the 40 feet, and then now that changes the setback average.
It doesn't.
It doesn't say anything about not going closer to the lake in this rule.
Oh, we'd have to say it wouldn't go any closer.
Then that's, yes,
back.
that it would go
To avoid the creep, right?
Correct.
to avoid the creep, but you could
Yeah.
go laterally. You have a non-conforming house, they want to do an addition to the side, just like a new conforming house that's setback averaging wants to do addition to the side.
Yeah.
Why would we want to do a non-conforming house that was built originally legally to be able to have an addition to the side and not a creep? You can't do setback averaging to get that addition closer, but equally to the side, so we're not creeping on the lake.
Yeah, and I think there's other arguments as far as their explanation, the DNRs, because once you build a new structure, then that new structure is going to have to meet the rest of the ordinance, such as impervious surface and everything. Whereas in non-conforming or not having that addition go on wouldn't necessarily have to meet that. So once you're making it completely conforming,
Right, you're talking about for a new build.
yeah,
Right, but if, to allow an addition that doesn't creep, what would you
So
think
you
the
go
argument?
35 feet, you can go back into the sides. I mean,
Right.
I think.
Do you, right,
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying DNR would have issues with that?
with that addition, yes, I think there will be, but I don't know if that's gonna be
Right, based on,
conversation.
I'm just curious, based on, because I mean, based on what? Because I thought the issue was the creep. So if we don't do the creep, if we limit them to just going sideways, I'm just curious what the
Yeah,
argument
like I
is.
said, I don't have a specific example of how the impervious surface or mitigation, but I think that's also some of it, because if you start with a new lot, that impervious surface is then going to be addressed, but I think you could address it somehow in
Right,
here.
because they would still have to do impervious surface for the addition, wouldn't they?
Correct.
That is
And
exempt. We have
to make it clear that, so if you add on 500 square feet, are you mitigating just that 500 square feet if they're already at 50% impervious? Or are you just mitigating, are you gonna mitigate the whole lot?
Okay.
Whereas the other way, you would mitigate the whole lot for sure, but I think it can be explained that. And how we've done it is if you're at 38% or whatever, and you're looking to add, you're going to, well, that's not a great example, over 30%, but 29%, you're gonna mitigate down to 15, whether you're adding 20 square feet or 2,000, whatever it becomes. So maybe that's not an issue, as far as adding.
I mean, as long as they mitigate, right?
Yeah.
As long as they mitigate to try to, I'm just trying to somehow get, how can we get there and have it seem logical?
Well, is it, and it's 200 feet for the life of the building? Is that was the old non-conformance things?
That's for non-conforming structures. You can laterally expand 200
But is
square
that
feet.
So that would be
non-conforming or illegal non-conforming? I mean, there's
still
where a
non-conforming.
definition's
I would
killed
think
us.
it would, yeah.
So for non-conforming, that's a structure that was legal when it was built and now it doesn't conform to
Right.
today's ordinance.
Illegal
So they're
non-conforming, yeah.
just non-conforming.
Right.
They don't say legal or illegal non-conforming. They just say it's either illegal or you're a non-conforming
Right.
structure.
So it would
You can
still,
say-
you would still limit it to 200 square feet. The addition would be 200 square feet only laterally, or obviously behind.
And it's,
You can already do that.
if it's already in that.
Laterally?
Laterally, you can already do that 200 square feet as long as you don't go any closer to the water to a non-conforming structure.
Yeah.
I think what my
Okay.
comment was in public comment, since we're talking about my comment here, could I just clear up a couple conversations here?
So then it would be a larger addition, but still.
Yes,
laterally.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So previous
I know.
25 years, 30 years here, they have, the one thing that has changed, which I think we've all kind of accepted it, with the new administration here, is that if your building is non-conforming, so if, let's say your structure, your setback average would be, I'm gonna say 50 feet, Logan, right? So if we have a 50-foot setback, and that would be considered our setback average, and that building is at 49 feet, we've been told now you absolutely cannot use setback averaging and set the addition at 50 feet, a foot back from the corner, and we make it. It's said now, like, you got to put that addition at 75. So we are currently following those interpretations now, right? So if your current existing dwelling does not meet the setback averaging, then you have to put that addition at 75 feet, or you get that 200 square foot one time, as long as it's beyond 35 feet. Question that has been brought up in the industry around here, and contractors, everyone's talking about it, is, and I remember Jason telling us this, and Gary, this goes back years, that I am not gonna make you, if your setback average is 50 feet, you wanna add on to that house, and your house is at 51 feet, clearly that dwelling meets setback averaging, it meets the setback averaging language. Jason would say, why am I gonna make you tear down that house because you wanna add 500 square feet? Because you could tear that house down and I could add, because what's gonna happen is, you talk about creep, it's not creep to the water. Now that guy is like, well, if I'm gonna tear down this 1,300 square foot cabin, because they're not gonna let me add on my addition, now I'm gonna build a 6,000 square foot cabin. So it goes back to the water quality issue again. If we're gonna tell people, you can't add on to that cabin no matter what, tear it down, you're never gonna get a guy building a 1,300 square foot cabin. It hardly ever comes up, but to me, again, it's about common sense and water quality. Why not let that guy build that addition? Financially, contractor would be better. I'd rather build a $2 million house, but a lot of people can't afford that. They just want that addition. They want to, so that's where it's always been interpreted that if that house meets setback averaging, you should be able to have
It's legal. That's what he was just explaining.
No,
Right,
the
well-
house is legal, but you can't put an addition on it because it's not a new dwelling.
No,
I'd have to tear it down,
Well-
build a new house.
no, I
and
think the
then-
way he explained it, you can't, because
No, you
now
can't.
it's conforming.
No, you can't.
No.
If it's a
it would,
conforming house, you can't add 500 square
No.
feet.
It's conforming.
So,
But not setback averaging conforming.
right. So
That's the piece that I've been asking for months and I can't
You
get it
would-
clarified. Now here today that Logan's saying he talked to DNR and they're saying
So now we've heard it publicly, and I guess we'll have to talk to DNR and stuff and really figure out if that's really like what Mr. Jarko said, but I think that's one of the ones that's gonna get challenged, and I just don't think it's good policy for the county. We're gonna be encouraging bigger and bigger homes, and that's what's happening, and it's happening every day in our world. And I just think it's bad policy. If we can change it, I think it would be good policy for us to change it to encourage people to build an addition instead of building a big ass house. Well, that's why I brought it up. I guess I just think it's something that you guys should discuss and push on the DNR a little bit and see if they're really gonna hold that position. If that's their position, I've never seen it written down that's their position, but that's why I brought it up.
Okay.
Thanks for talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. But if it is a legal after setback averaging, if it's legal, they can add on to it. Is that correct?
Not if it was built. Not,
How,
not if.
how is it
only-
worded?
Well, it's not worded how
It's not worded how we
that
think.
explanation was given to me that
Yeah.
if you use setback averaging for the new principal structure, then that's a conforming structure and can be added on at your given setback average, whatever you,
Right.
that was determined on.
So an existing house, you would use setback averaging to see if you can add a,
Correct.
why, okay. But if you use setback averaging, even on an existing house, it would make it.
It wouldn't.
It doesn't?
Not nowadays, it doesn't. 2 years ago it did.
Well, DNR's interpretation was setback averaging is only for new builds, period,
Yeah.
right?
See,
That's what it
what-
kind of came back to.
that's
That
what
was the whole
killed it.
issue. However, if the house is, as long as we don't let people go forward, closer to the lake, is there room even in what's written to say we can do additions as long as they meet mitigation, as long as they're not encroaching on the lake?
Yeah, and I think you'd also probably want to have in there something about a legal addition, because there's a provision in the ordinance or in the code now where if you have something, even if you never got a permit for it and it's there 10 years, now we can't enforce a violation on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's also why they just said this is conforming and this isn't. So if somebody does build an addition illegally, which it's harder to do nowadays with aerial and the building, and there's a lot of
Yep.
more oversight, but if there was a 500 square foot addition onto a place that was done without a permit, and now it's past the point of being able to
Enforce anything.
enforce that,
Yeah.
now that can,
Yeah.
It's legal then.
yeah,
It
well,
becomes
it's
legal. You can't. do
not
anything.
legal, but there's no enforcement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that 10-year deal is in all of ours, I think.
I mean, there. Is it really rough?
All right, so a little something to work on there. What do you think we should
So
try to get some wordage that would work on that? Before we move this forward, or if we're gonna move it forward or not?
Want to add some language and then put it in the resolution for the board, or you want to?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Where do we go?
So is this language that we're talking about substantial enough that it would require another hearing?
What are you contemplating doing with the language?
So the language one was to add the landing fees at the end of the exempt structure of the walkways. That was one. We'd already kind of agreed with that, adding that landing and that 50 square feet.
Which is in the model, right? So we've been talking about that.
It was the model language, but then we were adding the landing
We
fees.
added the
to
land.
But yes, the landing, that language was specifically in the model and then adding the landing piece to it. Yeah.
Just defining the word steep?
No.
Isn't that the only change?
We're
We took
taking
it
that
out.
out. We took it out.
Taking out steep.
Yes.
Taking out basically that walkway language that was there in our example, putting back the model language, adding.
Yeah, adding at the end, this would include landings up to 50 square feet as necessary.
Yes.
to go along with the necessary in the first one.
No, that's not a substantial.
Okay. So the second one would be a clarification of additions being, an addition being made for about,
Adding clarifying language to what the intent of the language already was also would not be a.
thank you.
So now can you clarify it for us so it works?
Yeah, so what,
Or so-
what does the committee, what is the committee wanting then in that? So
Well, I thought it was covered back in 215, the non-conforming stuff that we could do. Something. That's kind of a catch-all. So
Answer his question, Kim.
I am trying to say,
Stalling.
I am, because they don't want to say legal non-conforming anymore, but it's, if it's a. How would we do it that it's? Because the DNR has the 200 square foot, doesn't it, in the model?
Right, that can be done at any time. So I've forgotten
But
that.
that's
And I
the
was
model.
corrected on that, yes.
So we can be less restrictive, not more, so we can put it up to a different number? Less restrictive?
All we would be saying would we would be allowing additions on structures that currently meet a setback average, the setback average calculation. Laterally or to the back.
Well, that would meet all setbacks, so they wouldn't go over a lot line or 5 feet or whatever. it
Right,
is.
right. So,
Principal structure.
right, but they also can't take setback averaging and say, well, these guys are closer now and this is an old house and I'm gonna put this remodel or this addition 10 feet in front.
Yeah.
We would say it has to, there's no forward. I mean, I just keep talking here. Somebody else has an opinion?
No, but that is what's in here.
A good understanding of it is.
But that is what's kind of in there, isn't it? That you can only do,
We want to clarify, we want to
Lateral
clarify
and
that it's
height.
lateral.
can't go
Yes.
over 35
Well,
and that
right.
for your. So that'd be kind of in there and it would meet other setbacks. Because if you're already 10 feet from the side lot line on your principal structure, you can't add on it.
Right.
That side. So it'd have to meet all the
As
setbacks.
well as mitigation requirements. I
Well,
mean, maybe
otherwise
that's a
somebody-
given. I don't know.
Or they'd get a variance and be 2 feet or 5. Yeah. So you'd still have to have something in there with, so it had the other setbacks in there. Could we take the 200 square feet out then?
I don't think so, from my understanding, because it's specifically from
From the bottom.
11505, yeah, 1G5.
So it would be an added statement.
Yeah, then it would be more appropriate.
And there's a lot of those, yeah.
To be added under lateral expansion of a non-conforming principal structure. Or would you want it underneath the setback averaging? I guess that would be the question of which place it fits better in. Because if it's under lateral expansion of a non-conforming principal structure, then that language states,
The 200 square feet.
it talks about the 200 square feet over the life of the structure. No portion of the expansion may be any closer to the ordinary high water mark than the closest point of the existing principal structure. So then I guess
I would say it goes under setback averaging.
That one
Because
really,
if a current house meets setback averaging,
Mm-hmm.
you are allowed to laterally expand as long as you meet mitigation
you know,
requirements and all other setbacks, so it can't go further to the lake. Because that's really the common sense piece we're trying to get to, in my opinion. That if I can tear it down and build a house here, but I have this current house that's here,
I can't.
why
add
can't
to-
I add on to it laterally or behind?
Behind, yeah.
You can add behind, but if it's at 50, you could only go to 200, like it said.
Right.
That's what's killing them. That's the tear down time. Because people don't want 200 square feet is,
Right, I understand.
you know, they just say,
But that's why I think it
Tear
would
it
make
down
more sense
for-
to go under setback averaging rather than the non-conforming.
so if setback averaging makes it legal, then they can do their addition. How can we put it that way? Would that make more sense?
Then it covers
That it covers both.
Right.
That
Existing structure meets the setback average calculation,
would make it conforming,
then they are allowed to
do an addition
laterally.
that meets
That meets
all the other
mitigation.
setback sides. Could we word it somehow that way?
I think the best way to do it would probably be to have it in its own, not section, like whole section, but not try to tie it into what's specifically in the statute, but have it something underneath there that then also explains a structure that is meeting the setback average, or an existing structure that is meeting the setback average will be,
Allowed.
say deemed conforming, but they will be allowed additions beyond that setback average, something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that,
Yep.
yes.
Keep it simple like that.
Yep.
I think that a lot.
Because that takes away that 200 square foot and stuff.
Yeah.
And it would just have to meet all the other setbacks, yes.
There's up some interpretation questions.
Okay, good stuff. Oh,
Is that, you done beating it? Yeah.
well, but then what do we do with it after that? Because our language is still exempting. Are we gonna push it
Exempting.
forward?
What?
Exempting the towns? Right?
It's in there, isn't it? We left it in there.
Yeah, that language is still in there.
Yep. Yep.
Litigation away.
Only for what? Only,
Litigation away.
only for the towns that have their own zoning. Yep.
There's always, it doesn't matter
Always
which way we go. There's always a potential for zoning litigation, no matter what we do. We just try to get it so there isn't as much out there. Okay. So do we do that? Do we move it on with those two, or do we? What do we want to do here? We have Adams and this one. Do we want to start one of them up or not?
Are we done with 8? And now we're on 9?
Sure.
We're kind of on both. Yeah.
Because they're kind of the same.
Yes.
We're kind of,
I would say, yes, we're on to number
9.
9 now and discussing the.
9, we just did 9 regarding the amendments here.
Question 2 is what do you want to do with 7C as part of that same conversation?
7C?
Is, we want that for discussion too.
So the committee has a couple of options on a petition. Put it on for further conversation at a future hearing. You can decide that you're going to deny the petition and make your recommendation up to the county board for the board to act on that denial, and then the county board gets to act. You can approve the petition. Would generally require a resolution to get sent up to the, there's lots of options for what you can do with a petition. Either way, at some point, the petition has to be acted on in one way, shape, or form and go up to the board for their determination of whether that action is appropriate or inappropriate. And then the board can either send it back down or do a lot of different things. So
Because currently we have the 2 petitions, right? The one from zoning administrator and then the one from Supervisor Jarko.
Right.
Okay.
On the same thing,
Correct.
on the same subject, yes, on shoreline.
Okay.
But one is a resolution and one is a petition.
One is just a petition, one is a resolution.
Say that.
petition itself doesn't require a resolution unless
You have to decide.
this committee decides that it wants to adopt or amend the petition in one way, shape, or form. When a petition comes in, this committee has the ability to deny the petition, but if you do that, you have to make a set of findings for why you're going to deny it and then send that up to the county board for their consideration. Say, we don't accept your denial and send it back down. So because we have 2 issues that basically touch on the same topic, I don't have, you can do a lot of different things. And so I don't have a recommendation specifically other than if you want to get direction from the county board, I think Supervisor Jarko's suggestion of putting it on as a topic and everyone can say what they think they would like to see come out of the process. And then you could reconsider both of these topics again at the next meeting. You could not do that, or you could do that, but also send this resolution up with the amendments. Someone's going to need to move to amend the resolution with everything you just talked about amending. And then move the resolution after that amendment up to the county board. And then you can have both of those on there so that they can look at the resolution for the year proposed based upon the first petition, as well as contemplate whether they want to maybe send that resolution back down or take another whole nother route. You could go that route. You could put both of these on. You could deny the petition and send the resolution up for them to consider both of those things on their agenda. You could put both of these on next month's ES and put it on for a topic for the board to contemplate the topic and then kind of give you direction on what they would like you to do with potentially the resolution and the petition. Again, there's lots of different options for what you can do. It kind of comes down to how this committee wants to move forward with the work that you've done on this.
And because agenda isn't published, it could go on the meeting for Tuesday.
Absolutely. Just need to know.
Need to know. So
Send them both up for discussion
send them both, let's send them both up for discussion then.
or just discussion.
So the petition, if you're gonna send the petition, you either need to basically adopt it, in which case we need to draft a resolution, which I'm not gonna have a resolution ready by today on that petition to be published tomorrow. Or you deny it and then that denial goes up, or you do what we've done with this petition, which is approve with amendment. So those are the three options on a petition.
I said we could run it up for, we can't run it up for discussion, for input.
You can put a topic,
So just the topic. Perfect.
topic on the agenda.
Okay.
And then what you would do with the petition is
Postpone it to the next
postpone it
meeting.
next meeting.
Yep.
And then-
August 5th.
And then with the resolution, you would send it up if you want both to be, if you want kind of everything to be on there for them to consider the resolution and discuss the topic, you can do both.
Would we
Supervisor
put-
Jarko has a suggestion.
We have to put the resolution itself, or can we just say the, staff shoreland versus supervisor shoreland?
Versus.
Just for discussion. Just for discussion instead of
Like that language, maybe.
That's not real good.
Committee
Or how about, yeah, we could put a discussion on shoreland ordinances on that. And then I would like to see postponing a comment, any postponing discussion or action on the petition till our next meeting, as well as postponing action on a resolution to next meeting.
Okay.
And Supervisor Jarko has a suggestion as well.
Well, my only suggestion is, I think that's a great idea, Supervisor Garvey, and I will tell you, if the county board at the meeting says, we want zoning districts in it, that's the way we want to go, we want to leave it alone, we don't want to do anything with your petition, I will withdraw it, so you guys don't have to ding around with it at the next meeting. Assuming I can withdraw it.
I'd have to look into it. I don't know. I'm sure you can, but there's gotta be a process.
Yes. No, it can go either way. No.
Okay,
I
are we
think-
set?
Can
on that?
we
Do I
do
need
it?
to make a motion?
Will hers work? Will that motion work?
I need to like,
That she can restate it so everybody hears it?
So
coffee.
the motion to postpone the petition in 7C to the date certain, what is it, August?
August 5th.
Postpone to date certain, August 5th, for consideration at the next meeting. Move to amend 0826 to incorporate the changes that were discussed. And then that should get voted on. And then there should be another motion to postpone that to the date certain. And then when I think
That would be August 5th also, and then have both on the board for discussion.
I think the administrator would be amenable to putting it on as a topic of discussion for the full county board. I don't like speaking for the county administrator, but
In August.
No, in
no,
July.
July.
July, next week.
Oh, okay. Okay,
because this committee can't direct the county board to put stuff on the, I mean,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
it has to come from Mo to add.
I thought,
or the county board chair.
or we can ask.
Okay,
which we have to call Russ anyways, so I will be reaching from other things for county board, so as long as he's amenable to it, I don't think there would be a problem.
So for action coming out of this committee would be move to postpone seven C to date certain, move to amend, and then move to postpone.
Move to amend resolution 2926.
Should we do them separately?
Or sorry.
Let's do them separate. Let's do a
Yeah,
motion. to
I
do
have
7C.
Three different, it's gotta be
Three different motions here.
Let's just do 7C first then.
I make a motion to move 7C
To postpone it to the
to
next. meeting.
postpone to August 5th.
Second.
Okay.
I thought you were changing the date.
I second that.
Are we clear on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Okay, we got 7C covered.
I move that we amend resolution,
08.
0826 to update to the discussion we had today regarding, setbacks and
The land.
the landings. And so, and then postpone and then I don't need to do any more, that's it.
One at a time.
Oh, that's it. To change that, that's it. Okay, that's my motion.
That's your motion.
I second it.
Okay.
You
Are
don't
we
favor?
clear? Now just stop for a second. Are we clear on that one now, everyone?
That's amended. Yep.
Yes, amended. Okay. All those in favor then say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Okay, it goes.
Now you can move.
Now we need a motion to postpone that resolution to August 5th as well.
That would be your
Yeah.
turn, Scott.
The postpone 8/26 to the August 5th. Okay,
Second.
and we have a second.
I second it not.
All right, so does that sound good to everyone? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
They're asking to recommend having the discussion put on the board meeting for the 21st.
For the next board. If you're gonna call them and see.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, I apologize, but I gotta take 5. Is that okay?
Yes,
Fair.
let's take a 5 here. Stretch a little bit again.
Should be
I think you can do what this. We can,
Where are we at?
we're at number,
Right? Yeah,
registered
10.
number 10.
yeah. So in your packet on page 40 is the environmental fee schedule that you need to take a peek at today. It's just 2 of the departments, forestry and register of deeds. Forestry, there is no change. Register of deeds, there is no change except for the tapestry search fee and copy fee. There is an error. It is still listed as for 2027 as $875. And
40?
yes, on page 40. That fee, I need to make a change on the floor. It needs to go to $895. Fiddler Technologies raised that fee. It's a searching fee. So Sally asked that that be amended to include that. It's an $895 fee. And it is the tapestry search fee and copy fee. So it's basically that searching fee that went up.
875 to 895.
Yes, and that's the only change. And then those 2 are ready for adoption.
Whereabouts is it again now?
Page 40.
On the bottom,
Way on the
like
bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom.
I
Oh,
see.
I see it. Yep. Oh, it says
$875 to $8.95.
I was looking for 800.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, $8.75 per search.
That's what it is now, and it's gonna go to 895.
Yes, it goes to
Why don't we
$8.95.
just say $9?
So you said we're only,
State,
It's determined by the third party.
right, and we can't
Change it.
upcharge.
Fiddler
Yeah.
Technologies.
We can't make money on
Yeah.
that.
we can't make that nickel.
So that's
No,
the
we
only change?
can't. Land information?
That was approved at last one.
Thank you, sorry. You did say that. I would just,
And land information have been approved.
a little delayed, am I thinking? Sorry.
Those are just the 2. So those are the 2 that you need to approve today. So if you can approve with the amendment, or if you need to amend first and then do the approval, I don't.
We have to make a motion to amend these?
Approve with the amendment,
Yeah.
just this
Oh,
amendment, this
okay.
We're
895.
making the amendment,
I make that motion.
To approve with the amendment to
Correct.
895.
so that can be a clerical error. Can we,
Well,
that it was a,
Was it a clerical error or is it a change?
it was a change. I don't know if it was clerical or not.
a 7 instead of 9.
Anyways, Scott seconded it.
Okay. No other changes, those two are all right then?
Yep.
All right. So those will be moved to the board for the budget.
You need to act on the motion.
Yep.
Yes, but I'm just saying that it moves to the board then.
No, it'll all go to general government first.
Oh,
and
move to general government
approves the whole
first.
thing.
for
You're just
approval.
approving the environmental services portion.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with the general gov.
As far as annual reports, I'm sorry, they appear to all be in there and to be complete. It's more of the budget process annual reports for the data that's included in there. I really don't have anything to add to them at this point.
Okay.
That did them all.
So if we have any questions, we can come back with those.
Yeah, something.
Okay. And of course, these two are part of the budget thing too. All right, we did.
You already,
12.
yep, you already did 12. So approval of Lake District appointments. I know Eric has some background information and they
Okay.
need to be moved to the board, but take it away, Eric.
Sure. As a process kind of within the county board elections and things like that, people moving around. It's to be reviewed for lake districts. And we have 17 lake districts, and each one of them has some sort of representation from county board, with the exception of one, and that's the Balsam Lake District. Quite some time ago, since bylaws require that individual to be a voting member, attendance is key, and they've opted to go with a citizen representation as the appointee. So in some conversations with Supervisor Garvey, who is, covers that district, in the Balsam Lake District, has elected to make a recommendation for an individual to take on that seat. And that individual's name is Mark Pausch. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. So that would be their recommendation for their Lake District appointee, and that individual would be responsible for keeping up to speed on county-related business and reporting it back to their district. I did share with administrator, with Mo, that the resume of this individual, and kept him up to speed on that. So here, I believe it's a recommendation to county board, to which then they would
approve. Okay.
approve.
So we just make a recommendation? No?
I believe these would be recommendations.
Okay, I'll make a recommendation that we,
Do we want to know the other one too or not?
can we do them all at once? Two at once?
You could, I suppose. The other one involves Supervisor Gilbertson a little bit, so we'll include him on the conversation. But from what I understand is that Pipe Lake has approached Supervisor Gilbertson on replacing Supervisor Olson, as Supervisor Olson would consider relinquishing his appointed status to Pipe Lake in favor of newly elected Supervisor Gilbertson. So anything else to?
No, I spoke with him and I told him I'd gladly.
You just spoke with Mr. Olson. What did he say?
Same way he is. He's just got too much going on.
He's got too much going on, doesn't he? Okay. Now, is that a voting member of that district? Just so you know that you're in that wheelhouse.
I'm not certain on that.
Okay.
I don't know that would be, but.
That's how the Balsam Lake one.
The president of that district on, each one of the districts has different.
Sure. Because that's why Balsam Lake, because there was only three and they wanted me to be on it back in the day when Holgram was on the lake and part of it. I didn't want to be a voting member of a taxing district. That's the scary part.
Well, and that could have been somewhat.
That's how that got changed, the Folsom Lake one. Yeah, I didn't feel to be a vote out of 3 people and be able to vote and tax somebody when they don't even live on the lake and stuff, so.
But so these 2 appointees can just be on one motion and we will send them up to the Polk County Board next week.
Yes.
Now we're ready for you, Sharon.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we send both the Mark Pausch for Balsam Lake appointee and Scott Gilbertson for Pipe Lake appointee recommendations to the county board.
And I'll second that.
All right. No other discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Okay. The administrator leave something for us or not?
I don't see anything from the administrator. Did he share anything with you, Joe?
He'll give it to us Tuesday.
Right.
Okay. How about your update? Tuesday or today?
I don't know. I just have a few things, Chair. If I can find my little document here. There's just a lot going on this summer with land and water resources and obviously zoning. We are still in recruitment for our county planner position. The initial accepted planner declined at the last minute. So we are back. There was an eligibility list and we are still working with HR on that particular position.
Can I ask a question there?
Yes.
Is our HR person still a contractor?
The person I'm working with is Stephanie Lauder, and she's here and she's the senior HR generalist that we have here at the county. As far as
county employee.
She is.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the generalist that I'm working with. As far as the HR director, I think we do still have contract services for that position.
I would ask more, but
Yeah, no,
yeah.
if I can answer it, I will.
Okay.
We also are actively recruiting for an administrative assistant, land and water resources, land information downstairs. Miss Samantha Wasberg is moving on. We wish her all the luck. And then we also will be recruiting for a real property lister who is going to be retiring from Polk County, maybe not retiring at large, but moving on from Polk County as well. So Paula Fetter. Her last day will be August 31st, though she's giving us some time to work towards replacement and training.
Ooh, how long has she been here?
9 years. Okay. Her back in, yeah. As you know, we do have, Eric will be attending the Land Plus Water Board of Directors meeting tomorrow in Stevens Point. There's some busy educational opportunity development going on for the Polk County Fair next week, the 22nd through the 26th. And then I wanted to note that we have the workshop on the water coming up at the end of July. There's an LG workshop here on the 30th. We're taking advantage of some experts that are coming into town. There's an LG workshop here on the morning of the 30th. That's Thursday, July 30th. And then there's the workshop on the water. And then we have the enhanced wake session Friday, July 31st. And that's when Richard Phillips, who is I would call him an expert in the whole ballast boat enhanced wake discussion. He will be here, and that presentation is Friday, July 31st from 2 to 4 p.m. And I do know Representative like Duke Tucker is going to be in attendance, and there's some other folks that are interested in that discussion.
What is it called?
Enhanced wake session.
It's an enhanced wake session.
Yeah, and the intent is that it's a workshop for local decision makers, advisors, town officials.
Yeah.
Other decision makers to learn about options to address enhanced wake activities on lakes. So that could be voluntary mapping of appropriate areas for that activity. That could be drafting and adopting ordinance, local ordinance at the town level. And it could be a session where they could do some question and answer.
You have to register for that?
Yes. Yep.
See, the night before, we're gonna be at Stillwater.
I know.
I know.
That's what I was just looking.
How
to
many
see.
days do we gotta take? So can we complain like the
No,
normal people and
No.
say, why do you have it during the middle of the day?
no.
So that you can staff.
Yeah, we'll be down in Stillwater, but in the morning that day, I have to do family caregiver voices up in Spooner.
Busy gal.
Oh,
I'll just continue on. We do have our well sample drop off, which is a busy day in Land and Water Resources. That's August 4th, and then they'll do the delivery on the 5th, the same day as we have our next committee meeting. Eric and his team are also busy developing that Northwest area tour for August 11th. And if there was a reminder sent out, if you wanted to attend that, please get registered, because I think it's 25 people currently, and we need to make sure that we have enough seats and transportation available. So
we're providing lots, so
HHS
RSVPs.
I know.
Reservations are important, also the transportation piece, because we've got a number of stops throughout the county at projects that we've done and areas that we're working. And we need to know, we'd like to have people carpool and provide some transportation. What was the question? This is a full day. It's going to be from 9 to 3:30. So
yeah.
there's a
Full day, yeah.
it's a full day.
Yeah.
It's almost like the,
9:30 to 3, something like that.
it's almost like the forest tour we took. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
you get to see a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
That looked interesting.
Other than that, we're rolling through summer, and we're really happy to announce that the zoning staff is full staffed. We had a couple of really great additions, and that's a real positive for the team. And
are they catching up?
That's all I got. They're very, very, very.
They're go there.
Thanks for Logan. Any questions for me that the committee might have?
What's coming up?
We have, so really quickly, I know the clerk has probably a whole host of things, as I saw her writing down quickly. At the next meeting, we do have a couple forestry items that you'll need to address. It's just, we need you to discuss and approve Brent Cisco applying for the sustainable forestry grant that he applies for. He just needs it in the minutes that it's been approved for his application. And then also a closed session to discuss a potential a piece of property, forest property. So that will be on the next one. And then obviously after today, we have the Loveless Lake District. We will have then the discussion of the petition ordinance, and then the resolution, the ordinance that you've been working on.
At this point, is there any public hearings?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have one
One.
rezone.
One rezone, so that's pretty safe.
Just also really quick, I'm sorry, this is maybe going back to my report, and I know it's been long, but I did attend a meeting with public health regarding a software that tracks licenses and tourist rooming houses, and it was really elaborate and I think full functioning, and I think they are actually moving forward with the software, which Tanya Eichelt has basically indicated we'll be able to piggyback off of. And so Logan and I, well, I mean, we'll loop him in, but we'll start to continue to dive into when that might take place and what that looks like. So just a quick update, FYI, on that piece. And then Shabana, were there anything else you wanted to mention for next meeting? Okay.
Nothing for me. And
yeah,
if you guys can just get me those dates and times of all those possible quorums, it looks like the 30th, 31st, two things on the 31st, or two things on the 30th.
31st, the 11th.
Yeah, morning meeting here on the 30th, the algae workshop, and then the workshop on the water.
2 to 4. 2 to 4 in our Wisconsin.
Have you read that?
Yeah, and then Friday is 2 to 4 Wisconsin conference room here, the 31st. And that's the enhanced wake presentation by Richard Phillips. And then one final thing is that I also have gotten some calls from the town association meeting. I will not be at their meeting tomorrow night, the 16th. But they are asking some additional information about data centers, which, you know, now if the county decides, I think after after your meeting next week, I'll have a better idea of which way the county's heading. And, you know, some of the questions they have are probably suited for their town association attorney as well. So, but that's the first town association meeting I've missed, you know, since I think coming back.
I was at West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning, they last week, and they are having, there's people that are going, staff that are going to be working on trying to put together, they haven't decided yet if it's going to be in-person meetings or if it's going to be videos that they can share throughout our 7-county region regarding data centers, because there's so much chatter out there about data centers. And they thought, the consensus was they thought there was some value there to be, you know, but then it was, okay, who do we bring in as experts? Because this group might not think they might not believe these experts, but this one might believe these experts.
Right.
It's a cable.
Yeah.
It's a cable.
Yes.
What do you call it?
The data cables?
Yeah, the data cables. Yeah.
Something
Yeah,
like
data cables. But so they are, I mean, they're actively moving forward with that. And so I'll keep everybody posted, see how quickly they can move on some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think several of the comments, like some of the resident, you know, maybe people that know a lot about them or that have dealt with them in different levels. I mean, it's just interesting to learn. All we
Some
can
of
do
it's
is
not, some of what they were saying though isn't,
always that, yeah.
no, you can't. And the technology is changing so fast
quickly,
that by the time you get one thing done and talk about it, it's already changed.
Yeah, even when they're building the center, right? By the time they do generator on the one side, it's already changed when they get to the
Yeah.
other. Yeah.
Well, they're talking about building them in modules now, so they can change out the modules quickly as the technology changes. And the water usage, all of that is constantly changing now.
We still kind of on the update.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I add something to that? So we had a meeting with the DNR on our floodplain mapping.
Seen that, yep.
And so they have their draft maps that they've created to update our floodplain maps, which in certain problem areas, it's going to be very helpful because some of the lakes that have floodplain going way up the shore is corrected in a lot of areas that was very inaccurate. But it's kind of a process, obviously. So we had the kickoff meeting, was that a couple of weeks ago? I don't remember, but there's a 30-day kind of review period, which we have out on our site right now for property owners to look at. And if they're now in the floodplain and they want have comment on why they think they're not, or any comment on the new map or the draft map, they're able to send those to me. And then I will forward them on to the DNR mapping and the coordinator for that. And then after that, there's a preliminary map period, and I think they said 6 to 12 months. And there's another meeting that'll be held here, but I guess the main point is they're shooting for a early spring to summer 2028 is when the maps would actually be implemented for us.
So that's because who'd ever think we'd be sitting here talking about
That's the whole county. Could
It
we have,
would once it's implemented, correct?
how many maps are they down to? Because it was 100 and some, now it was 50 some. What is it down to again? The last at Gary Spinell, we took the boxes out, but it was in the safe
That
out
was
there.
the old hard copies.
And dumped them out. It said, here they are. Here's what we get to look through.
Yeah, so
And then they reduced it to 50 or something, down to 2 boxes instead of 5. And
Yeah.
we're all going like, this is a mess.
So it's out on the website is kind of those maps now, since they're not
Very good.
paper copies. So yeah, it's a good map. I mean, you can zoom right in on, I've been looking at a bunch of properties. I know Brad and a few others have been looking at it just to see if the county has any. I think Land and Water might have taken a couple looks or have been looking around at it. Because we also want to know if there's areas that are prone to flooding that aren't mapped that need to be for awareness of that area. But it's out there. You guys would be able to see it. Otherwise, I can definitely send it out to, there's just a link that pulls you right into that map and then it has the layer on it showing what the floodplain is or where.
So when that gets updated, that'll be put onto our GIS. Brad will get that on there. So then it's the newest one.
Correct.
So will that help with the LiDAR too then? That's in there? Will it affect, give us high water and something?
Brad did bring that up at the meeting because I think they're using it off of our 2015 LiDAR.
Oh,
But they,
2022, right?
22 one, okay.
listen, I think they did it off the 15, but then now that we have the 22, they compared them and they said it wasn't substantially different. Otherwise, they might have reran it with the 22 data, but they did say that it's pretty much the same.
It's pretty good, okay.
I don't know if there's anything I'm missing from that.
It's a nice project to have done.
Yeah, when you see it's, well, it's for FEMA and stuff. They're looking for their money.
We did also talk about the appropriate frequency of aerial imagery now, and it seems as though counties are replacing or updating their aerial imagery to higher resolution on a more frequent basis.
Because it's cheaper to do it now with drones and stuff.
Cost is going down, but just, the landscape is changing, and to keep as current as possible, many counties are looking at it every 3 years.
Instead of 5 or 10, yeah.
That's right.
All right. Any litigation updates?
All right, strap in. I got about 30 minutes to talk here.
That's all.
The only update I
Give you
have,
28. Stuck fast.
the only update I have, there was some litigation about a retaining wall on a property. Was someone suing the Board of Adjustment to overturn a decision. And that has been resolved. So it's dismissed. So that's not there anymore.
All right. So here at the end, though, Pam's gonna read in.
Yep.
We probably should have done it sooner.
Yes, we should have done it earlier on the agenda, but I would like to read in the fact that we did receive 69 emails on in the public comment under data centers. When they referred to the center only, 20 of them were against a data center and 49 of them were for a moratorium. So nothing for data centers and nothing against moratoriums. We also received 7 public comments on the Loveless Lake District. 5 of them were for forming the Lake District. 1 was against and 1 was neutral. We also received 2 public comments through the public comment email on the shoreland amendments. 1 was for Mr. Jarko's amendment and the other one was in support of the current county resolution amendment. So just wanted to read those in since we had so much public comment submitted for this meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
I make a motion. We adjourn.
Second.
That votable? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Stop.
Aye, sir.
They just